guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 19, Black Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Final preparations. I think we're ready to roll. Let's get this show on the road. It's time zone to time zone. We close out the month of February. I'm looking at the computer. It says March 1. 40 at the International Airport, Cincinnati, Ohio. Or Northern Kentucky, technically. 43 outside the Hotshot secret bunker at this hour. Not a bad night. Clear skies. The stars are twinkling overhead. And we close out a Monday. Welcome in. Another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Smartphone, Android. Download the app. TNCRadio.live. Same scenario. Download the app. Listen in. Good to have you on board as we get underway. All right, Mother Nature going to be dishing out several doses of winter weather from the northern plains to the Great Lakes and the Northeast. Here are the first days of what they call meteorological spring, beginning today, Tuesday, March 1. AccuWeather forecast is actually tracking a pair of pretty fast-moving Alberta clippers that'll sweep through the region this week before a potentially larger winter storm arrives by the weekend. Here's what we have as we get things underway. The Clipper duo will generally bring a light nuisance kind of snowfall for many. Forecasters are monitoring the potential for some heavier burst of showers, snow showers, that may accompany the caboose of this parade of storms here about midweek. Each Clipper brings a quick burst of snow along the storm track. Not light snow was ongoing across the upper Great Lakes Monday mornings. That first Clipper crossed the Canadian-U.S. border. By midday today, we'll be looking at some snow showers, some flurries reaching upstate New York into New England as that system races on to the east. Then by the middle of the week, the next Clipper in the parade going to be racing southeast across the northern plains and the upper Midwest, headed toward the northeast, probably late Wednesday into Thursday morning. As each storm treks across the northern tier of the country, a general coating to maybe 2 to 3 inches of snow. Now, the greatest risk will be with the second Clipper of the week, as it spreads some snow through the eastern Great Lakes in the northeast Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And they are concerned we could see some more intense bursts of snow, maybe even some snow squalls accompanying some gusty winds. So brief whiteout conditions at times on roadways there. Portions of New York State, New England stand the best chance of an accumulation, generally on the order of 1 to 3 inches, pockets of higher amounts in the higher terrain. Now, just this past Sunday, the region was hit hard by snow squalls, intense snowfall rates, and indeed we saw those whiteout conditions. Weather patterns expected to change, though, late this week, ending the parade of Clippers. Then forecasters are going to be eyeing the next storm taking shape across the central states. This system is expected to bring some spring weather hazards. First of all, the enhanced fire risk, potentially flooding and severe weather to parts of the south, and of course the winter dangers across the northern tier of this storm. The long-range team is concerned there will be a narrow but impactful zone of ice to set up across the Great Lakes and extend into the northeast. That's going to be like late Friday and into the weekend. To the north of the ice zone, accumulating snow, some of which may be heavy. Forecasters continue to be refining the forecast here in the coming days. But at these early stages, they do warn travel delays will likely mount across portions of the central and eastern states as we head into the first week of March. Here it comes, March 1. Meanwhile, as the Clippers impact the northern tier of the country, are you noticing those warming temperatures after a stretch of well below average temperatures late February? There's actually a spring-like stretch of warmth in store for places from Denver to St. Louis. Temperature readings started to bump up over the weekend, climbing from the deficits, which were 30 to 40 degrees below normal for last week. Albuquerque and Oklahoma City, temperatures that returned to normal this past day, will continue to warm, actually peaking probably Wednesday or Thursday of this week. Now, we could be talking 10 degrees above normal as far north as Rapid City, South Dakota, Omaha, Nebraska, Kansas City, and say Oklahoma City. You can see temperatures soaring into the mid-70s by Wednesday afternoon. Like I said, definitely a taste of spring. For Kansas City, that's a good 25 degrees above normal for early March. The same high pressure will actually promote the warming sunshine that's expected to create a prolonged stretch of dry weather. We touched on this last evening. We'll probably be looking at some of the red flag warnings, things of that nature. Outdoor burning will be not recommended. Portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado will all be emerging from a month of February in a severe or extreme drought. It's been very dry. So the jet stream forecast to dive southward by the weekend. That's going to bring with it that what we were just talking about, the next big storm for the region. The traditional clash of the air masses, a very spring-like setup, will be introduced. So who will see the strongest storms? Again, they have to refine the forecast, but we will be talking severe weather. Southern Kansas, southern Missouri, eastern Texas. That's the zone most likely to have all the atmospheric ingredients for severe weather to emerge. Drastic temperature clash, plenty of moisture will be surging in, streaming up from the Gulf of Mexico. So the pattern like this, very reminiscent of spring, when areas across the central and southern states continue to increasingly see those ingredients in the threat for severe thunderstorms. Meanwhile, enjoy a few days of warming temperatures, dry conditions, great weather to be moving the freight around the country, right? It's plenty to touch on as far as industry headlines are concerned. I had been asking the question the last several days. The People's Convoy, which departed about a week ago from, I guess it was 1 week ago today, wasn't it, there from California? And the anticipation was they would have additional trucks joining the convoy and other convoys departing from other regions to join in. I'm going to start with a post from a couple that's actually been participating in the convoy since its original departure out of California. And, of course, this was a Facebook post this past evening, but it was another convoy that merged coming out of Texas this past day. Now, this happened actually, in the merger was in Oklahoma City. They said it's now 30 miles long. They left Big Cabin, Oklahoma this past morning about 8 a.m., and they were headed through Missouri on I-44. The Northeast convoy, another convoy, was getting ready to roll out of Bangor, Maine this past day as well. Now, he points out, just think about it for a moment, the convoy that he and Wendy are running across I-40 was estimated to be 8 miles long. There are 5 convoys in total that started or will be starting in different parts of the country. We do not know how long any of those are or what they ultimately will be. I would imagine some of them will be longer simply because our convoy actually started in one of the most liberal states, California. Although I was quite shocked at the turnout in Adelanto, California, the starting point. One convoy is starting out of Florida. I would imagine that one will probably grow very quickly. And these convoys are ultimately going to rendezvous in Hagerstown, Maryland, outside of D.C. Heads up for the people of Hagerstown. Get ready for some noise. But to all my friends out there, it's a lot of beautiful trucks and a whole lot of freedom, he says. You can't stop the freedom train. All right, the Epoch Times actually gave an update this past day, which states the largest truck convoy in the United States has grown in size since departing California and is attracting thousands of supporters as it makes its way toward the East Coast. When they started with about 150 vehicles, it's grown to more than 250 at this point as it made its way through Texas and Oklahoma over the weekend. More vehicles have joined for stretches of time that, along with the length of the convoy, makes it difficult to pinpoint exactly how many participants it actually has. It kind of varies. Let's say there's like 50 trucks that knows the convoy's coming through and might have been going through this area. They'll stop at an exit. They'll wait for the convoy to come by. They'll join in, and they might roll with them for 100 or 200 miles and then kind of break off and keep going where they were going because they were pretty much headed in the same direction. You know, one of the organizers, Maureen Steele, said, and then there's cars that join in as well. Some of them roll with us for 30 miles. Some go 100. Some go 200. And then they begin to drop off. Colin Walters joined the convoy for about 25 miles. He said, it's pretty exciting. I just wanted to have a part in it. It's a movement. Everybody should be supporting. It's a national event. Kathy Walters, his aunt, said she opposes mandates for vaccines. This is violating Americans' free will. Convoy organizers say they're against mandates as well. The federal government's continuation of the National Emergency Declaration and some other actions of the Biden administration. Now, organizers have been sending drones up periodically to capture estimates of the number of vehicles traveling with the group, which along the way indeed has been drawing thousands of people to roadsides and overpasses. Chuck France showed up to display his support for the convoy in Weatherford, Oklahoma. He says this is getting people's attention. Now, he described the mandates, some of which have been struck down by the courts as unconstitutional. A spokesman for the Amarillo, Texas Police Department, which worked to make sure the convoy's passage was smooth, said we didn't have any issues. KTUL-TV reported several vehicles in the convoy were involved in a crash about 15 miles west of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Oklahoma Highway Patrol did not respond to requests for comment, but told broadcasters the cause of that crash is under investigation. So again, they stopped in Big Bend, Oklahoma, Big Cabin on the 27th. They were rolling through Missouri this past evening. I believe somewhere I just saw recently, the destination where they were supposed to stop for the night. Here it is. The official People's Convoy page. Dear residents of Sullivan, Missouri, we apologize for any confusion, but due to space limitations, we are staying tonight at Midwest Petroleum Travel Plaza, which is in Cuba, Missouri. Nonetheless, we truly appreciate your support and encourage you to join us. I guess they arrived. The arrival time in Cuba was supposed to be about 4:15 this past evening. So that's where they're set up for the night. And they're sharing lots of photographs and very reminiscent of the convoy in Canada. Thousands of people lining roadways and gathering along exit ramps. I'm looking at one incredible video. All these people holding waving the red, white, and blue, the American flag, as the convoy passes through. So we'll see. Continue to follow, but I guess that lets us know. I kind of figured that would be the case. Some would join in for a few hundred miles and drop out. Yeah, you've got those that are in from the beginning for the long haul. They're going to make that entire cross-country trek from California to Washington, D.C. All right, hello to Zorro out of the box. Good morning. Todd is on board as well. Philly Dan, did you see that the Biden administration instructs Americans to social distance and wear masks in the event of nuclear fallout? Yes, I thought that was a joke. Someone messaged me that last evening, but no, actually went to the government website. It's real. They really did. Not a joke. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Thank you, Philly Dan. Heavy D, welcome aboard. And the overnight drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. Hello to Daniel. Hello to Roy. Hello to Dale. Morning from Daytona Beach, Florida. 55 degrees. Had some off and on rain. Everybody have a great weekend, a safe week. Hope you had a great weekend and a safe week. All right, Billy's on board. Hello to Captain Ron, waving at us this morning. Joe Self. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Yeah, looking to be 23 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. Trying to remember. Joe, Are you the one that called the other morning? I took a number down. I had Joe, and I don't think I forwarded your number to Kyle like I was supposed to. So if you haven't got your code, that would be my bad. And I'm trying to recall. I just took down the first name. I think you were the one, Joe, but maybe give me a heads up. Jimmy Jammer checks in this morning. Good morning to Mr. Q listening in. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Not a bad night on I-81. 34 degrees, clear in Ironton, Virginia tonight. Bama checking in from, where is that? Moulton, Alabama. Headed to Memphis. We're wagering on where the dumbass in chief, or whether he'll be competent enough to deliver the State of the Union address tonight. All I know is Dr. Pinocchio, a.k.a. Fauci, better up his dosage of amphetamines so he'll be somewhat coherent. Everyone be safe out there tonight. Yeah, tonight the big night, right? State of the Union. You know, he's going to be talking about all these great accomplishments. Or wait a minute. We haven't really had any, have we? How can we paint a positive outlook for the country with what has transpired in the first year under the Biden administration? How are they going to try to twist and convolute this to make it sound like we've done some really good things? You know, we're building back better. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Morning from Central Florida. There's Richard, 61 degrees there. Good afternoon. Everybody be safe. There's Larry, of course. Let's see. Steve, today, COVID extended for COVID-19 regulations till May 31st. I think you're talking about the FMCSA extending the national emergency for the trucking operations. Yes, I have that here, and I can't help but chuckle because I had put together one of the first stories, which I'll share with you here in a moment, under the industry headlines, and I said, well, you know, half the trucks in the damn country have been running nearly 2 years without hours of service regulations, many of them running under this FMCSA national emergency. I mean, from more than 50 states. It's kind of funny. But we're extending that again. Like you said, May 31st. On and on it goes. Saddle Sore checking in. Good morning from Breezewood, PA. We've got 32 degrees and a starry night. Hello to Pappy, March 1, here it is, thumbs up, 40 degrees in Cincinnati. Yeah, there's John Ferguson checking in from Spring Hill, Tennessee, 36, a little bit chilly. Got to deliver these Chevy parts at noon tomorrow, then back to Michigan. All right, safe travels there, John. Morning from Fort Criswell, Virginia, 37 degrees. Headed to Paramount, California. Oh, you got a long way to go. There's Michael. Brian checking in, or a.k.a. Bidu. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. There's Double R here with you tonight. Driving down here in southern Georgia. We are heading to Florida. Good to have you on board, Double R. Marianne joins us from Southwest Ohio. All right. Brian says, with the air raid sirens sounding in Europe, Biden's going to tell us how great everything is later today. That's about right. It is 22 past the hour. On board, off and rolling, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, let's see what's going on with Double R out of the box there on board this Tuesday morning. Yeah, I know you dialed us up late in the show last evening. I guess you had to roll, but hey, what's going on, Double R?
Hi, Steve. How you doing tonight?
When's the last time you got to be first out of the box?
It's been a long while.
Long time, yeah, yes.
Long while. So, how you doing?
Doing all right. Off and rolling here Tuesday, so.
Yeah. That's cool. Did you see, I was just reading tonight, this is pretty ironic. Let me pull it up here and I'll read it to you real quick. The House drops its mask mandate for representatives ahead of the Biden State of the Union. Now, how damn ironic is that? When they got a convoy coming into town and all that, and they're going to drop the mask, really showing their rear ends, ain't they?
Ted Cruz said it's a State of the Union miracle. I mean, just in time for the State of the Union, we don't need masks anymore.
Man, oh man! Hey, did you get that message? I called you. I left you a voicemail on your phone. I don't know if you got it or not.
Well, like yesterday? Or?
Yeah, it might have been. We left out of, we've been under the gun, Nita and I. We had a $10 million.
Oh, yeah. I did get that message, yes.
And, man, this thing was beautiful. We left California early Saturday morning, about 1 o'clock in the morning. And then Sunday afternoon, we were delivering in Florida. And anyhow, we're on our way back down to take some more cars down. But there was something else I wanted to talk to you about, and I done forgot. I guess Donald Trump is going to Florence, South Carolina for a rally on March the 12th to go down there and see Monkey Gouger. He needs to go down there and take him a cold Bud Light.
Yeah.
And pat him on the back, So So that'd be a good deal. But no, I just called to let you know, Steve, I'm out here. It's actually out here tonight listening to you. I can't believe it. But anyhow, I've been listening to every one of your podcasts. I ain't missed it. But anyhow, I'll get off here and let somebody else get on. I'm just running my damn mouth, so I'll let you go, and I'll be listening with you tonight. So
all right, hey, well,
you guys, everybody, be careful.
Good,
yeah.
Good to have you on board. Thank you for checking in. Be safe. Safe travels as you head down to the Sunshine State. There you go. Let's see. Email from Art, a.k.a. Nuts. Yeah, Steve, your show, the greatest show on earth. Thermometer on the back deck says 27 here in Memphis, Michigan. Got my girlfriend Linda that lives in Newport Richey, Florida, to listen into your show. I told her once you start listening, you're going to be listening every night. She is a night owl, so, well, if you're on board there, hello, Linda. She has listened before, and she talks about the monkey gouger, so if you'll give a shout out, she'd love that. As usual, love your show, Steve. Thanks for all you do, for the information you give all the guys and the gals out there and that are home listening to your program. All right. Thank you, Nuts. And hello to Linda. Good to have you on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. Chevy Guy got you coming up here. Yes, I see what he's calling to discuss. And really makes you kind of question. This is in regards to the latest developments, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine's president this past day, Zelensky, has officially signed the application for Ukraine's membership to join the European Union. Supposedly, it's on a fast track. Now, as much as I've seen, these sort of things take a lot of time. Time-consuming negotiations to be a part of the European Union. Chevy Guy is concerned if they were to fast-track that in, suddenly we're all drug into this, right? So we'll give you more coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The United Nations is expected to take some form of action when they meet this week over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, on NBC's Meet the Press, discussed the tools they can use against the Kremlin.
We can isolate them. We can isolate them in the United Nations. We can isolate them in UN specialized agencies. They are feeling that isolation.
She says a vote on a resolution in the UN General Assembly could happen as soon as Wednesday.
With Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Several people were killed and many more were injured as Ukraine's second largest city was hit with some of the heaviest shelling since Russia began their invasion last week. The bombardments occurred as Russian and Ukraine delegations held talks for the first time. The two sides agreed to talk some more. On the business side, Shell has announced it will exit its partnership with Russian natural gas giant Gazprom. It owned a near 20% stake in the company. Shell joins BP, which announced on Sunday it will sell its stake in Russian oil giant Rosneft. U.S. officials say they're expelling 12 members of the Russian mission at the United Nations. The diplomats are accused of being intelligence operatives engaged in espionage or spying. A statement from the U.S. mission said the 12 abused their privileges by engaging in activities aversive to national security. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So here's the way the report reads. Zelensky, has just signed a historical document. Ukraine's application for European Union membership, confirmed by the deputy head of the president's office. Ukraine's prime minister and head of parliament also signed a joint statement. This just hours after Zelensky released a video appealing to the European Union for membership and calling on Russian forces to go home. He urged the European Union to allow Ukraine's immediate entry under what he described as a, quote, new special procedure, on which he did not elaborate. Our goal is to be with all Europeans, and most importantly, to be equal. I'm confident that it is fair. I'm confident we deserved it. I'm confident all of this is possible. Now, as we know, Ukraine is not recognized as an official candidate for EU membership. They've been part of an association agreement with the EU, where they pretty much, both parties agree to align their economies in certain areas and deepen their political ties. They've been a part of that since like 2017. Now, a country can only apply once it satisfies certain conditions. As I said, this normally is a very time-consuming process. Lots of negotiations. They have to have a free market economy, a stable democracy, accepting all European Union legislation as well as the euro. Then it submits its application to the European Council, which asks the European Commission to assess the country's ability to meet those criteria. If the Commission's assessment is favorable, the European Council must unanimously agree on a formal framework for negotiations, which then take place between ministers and ambassadors of European Union governments, along with the candidate country. Due to the huge volume of European Union rules and regulations, each candidate country must adopt as national law, and all these negotiations take a lot of time. It's not the kind of thing that's going to be done overnight. There are actually 5 countries that are currently in the process of integrating European Union legislation into national law. It looks like Albania, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Turkey. There's 2 others, that would be Kosovo and Bosnia and Herzegovina, that are classified as potential candidates because they do not yet meet the criteria to apply for membership. I think this is, best I can see it, this is a way Zelensky's trying to reach out and try to garner more, obviously, military support from European Union countries. And as we've seen to date, most of them don't really want to get drawn into this conflict militarily. They've all got on the bandwagon as far as sanctions and whatnot are concerned, to which we did have, you got the latest over here in regards to things really beginning to crumble in Russia as the sanctions already begin to hit the banks. I think they've actually bumped it up to the Bank of Russia, which kind of kicked off what they call a run on the banks. Russians are rushing to get their money out of the banks so they can purchase food and necessities. The ruble, I believe, really tanked this past day. Doesn't look to be going real well for Russia. economically, and they weren't in good shape at all. They were in horrible shape before even initiating all this. Yeah, meanwhile, while we're on that topic, we've got this huge military convoy that is now, they say, they got some satellite images back this past day. This is the convoy of military equipment looking to roll into Kiev, stretching 40 miles. Spotted this past day by U.S. satellite imaging company just north of the Ukrainian capital. Now, they've already repulsed several attacks from Russia, but the photos provided by Maxar, a U.S. company, show that the convoy, which has been massing since Sunday, has mushroomed to more than 40 miles of military vehicles. It says the column covered the entire stretch of road from near Antonov, the airport there, some 18 miles from the capital, to the town of Prybersk, a distance of approximately 40 miles. Now, Maxar said that along parts of the route, some vehicles are spaced fairly far apart, while in other sections, military equipment and units are actually traveling 2 or 3 vehicles abreast on the road. There's a number of homes and buildings seen burning north and northwest of Ivankiv, near the roads where the convoy is traveling. Now, they said their satellites had also captured images of additional ground forces, deployments, and ground attack helicopters in southern Belarus, less than 20 miles north of the border with Ukraine. So that's a lot of military equipment. When that arrives, the ability for the Ukrainian forces there on the ground in Kiev to repel that, I don't think they really would stand a chance. Now, when you've got 40 miles worth of military equipment, if they had the ability with air power to strike the convoy and take much of that equipment out, which I think technically Russia maintains air superiority in that country. All right, looking at 15 before the hour. Our number, what's on your mind, is 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines before we get back to your calls. I mentioned, as I was going through this particular story, I'm kind of chuckling under my breath saying, as I mentioned, half the damn vehicles in the country right now have been operating under exemptions from the hours of service. Now, you've had the COVID pandemic national emergency covering the entire country for a lot of cargo. Then you've had regional declarations from tornadic activity to extreme winter weather, storm events. You've got the exemptions for hauling gas and the propane and the natural gas, the home heating oil. The FMCSA denied a helicopter company's exemption request from some of the hours of service regulations. The Federal Register published a denial notice for Montrose, Colorado-based Mountain Blade Runner Helicopters, LLC. This past day, the company was seeking a 5-year exemption from the 14-hour rule and the requirement that drivers have 10 consecutive hours of off-duty time between shifts. They filed this in December of 2020, looking to cover ground support equipment operators while responding to or returning from what they call an active incident. If they were granted, the exemption would have allowed drivers a 16-hour working window. Additionally, drivers could use an 8-hour off-duty break, combined with at least 2 other off-duty hours during the 16-hour window. They just wanted 2 additional hours. But in their decision, the FMCSA said the company's application does not provide sufficient countermeasures to enable us to conclude that the exemption would achieve a level of safety equivalent to or greater than the level that would be achieved by complying with the current regulations. That's where and you look right now, Ironically, a couple stories after that, it's like, lo and behold, the FMCSA announcing they have again extended the national emergency declaration, providing regulatory relief for truck drivers that are providing direct assistance in the relief efforts due to the COVID pandemic. This latest extension goes into effect today, March 1, and will run through the month of May. Now, this first emergency declaration initially was declared on March 13th of 2020. So with this announcement, another extension, this national emergency declaration is going to surpass 2 years. Now, who all's included in this? These are the operations that have been granted exemptions from the hours of service regulations, again, for nearly 2 years now. Livestock and livestock feed, if you're hauling this. Medical supplies and equipment related to testing, diagnosis, treatment of COVID. Vaccines, constituent products, medical supplies and equipment, including ancillary supplies, kits for the administration of vaccines related to the prevention of COVID-19. Supplies and equipment necessary for community safety, sanitation, and prevention of community transmission. So we're talking gloves and masks, hand sanitizer, soap, food, paper products, and other groceries for restocking of distribution centers or stores. Gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, ethyl alcohol. Supplies to assist individuals impacted by the consequences of the pandemic, including building materials for individuals displaced as the result of the emergency. And it was actually earlier in February that they issued their guidance clarifying that even the transportation of automobile parts and new automobiles actually qualify under that emergency declaration. But for whatever reason, you guys with the helicopter company, no, you can't have any relief. Just saying. About 10 before the hour. All right, plenty of room for you. Jump on in. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, who else we got checking in here? Good morning, Tank. 45 around Flagstaff, headed west to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Russell checking in from Dayton, Ohio. Morning, Russell. Hello to Roy. He says March is coming in like a lamb here in Northwest Illinois. Buster Brown. Morning, Steve from K-Town. We had 63 today and all week. Headed to 77 on Saturday. All ears on the Mid-America activities to come later this month. That's right, it's March 1. It is this month. A Mid-America Truck Show, 24th through the 26th of March. Wow. Good morning to neighbor Dave. Hey, neighbor. Haven't heard from you in a while. You ought to check in. I'm sure you've got to have some great stories. Are you still rolling in and out of Chicago? Great adventures out there. Let's see. Meade checking in. Morning, Steve from Mont Eagle, Tennessee. 35 and clear. Heading to Forest Park, Georgia. Then the morning, picking up a load back to the home 20, Rigby, Idaho. Everybody truck safe out there. There's Martin on board. Morning, Steve. 40 degrees, cloudy here in Lima, Ohio. Always enjoy the show. It helps me get through this 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. And thank you for what you do. There's the hired gun on board. Hello to all from Kingston, Georgia. Raymond listening in from Pueblo, Colorado this morning. Charleston, West Virginia. We've got clear, 34 degrees. MD checking in. All right. Hello to Dion. Hey, Steven. Okay, Dion. The Ice Cream Man checking in out here in College Station, PA. Trying to get all through the night tonight. We're trying to keep you company there, right? Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 54 at Harris Ranch on the I-5 near the Stinky Cows. Headed to the Sharp Army Depot, then back to March Air Force Base. Santa Claus out. Hello to Kim Lee. There's Kim. Got all the neighbor friends listening in. She says hello to Double R. Good to hear from Paul there. Yes. John is headed off to bed. If anybody talks to Catwoman and Road Dog, tell them I said hello and hope all is well. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. See what's going on. Let's see there. Would that be Eagle checking in this morning? What do you say, Eagle?
Okay, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Welcome to the month of March, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me
get all settled in.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, I had the headphones fell off. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. What's going on, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. I'm making my driving, getting ready to go to bed right now after I hang out with you. But y'all wanted to talk about a couple of things tonight that's transpiring. Yeah, first of all, I want to talk about this truck convoy before I get to the Russia situation. I looked at a YouTube video earlier tonight, and this convoy is making their way to Washington. They're a little bit behind schedule. It looked like, I don't know, they should arrive in Washington maybe on Thursday or Friday, it looked like. But I think the last time I checked, they was in Missouri. Tonight, I think they're in Cuba, Missouri. I think that's the name of the
That's
town.
correct. Yep.
Somebody made a YouTube video. What'd you say?
Yes, Cuba, Missouri. That is correct. The Midwest Petroleum Travel Plaza where they stopped tonight.
Yeah. That's what I seen on the YouTube video. So they're in the middle of the country right now. So they're getting pretty close to Washington. So they should be there by Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. They should arrive. I thought they had said they were going to try to arrive tomorrow. Well, today for Joe Biden and his State of the Union, but I guess they missed that target. But they got some other things that's going on right now, Steve. That's even more dangerous. This is probably one of the most dangerous times in my lifetime and your lifetime too that we're going through right now. I told you months ago that Joe Biden, exactly what he was going to do. I saw what he did in Afghanistan, and I knew he wasn't going to do a damn thing about Russia. And it's just a matter of time, like I've been telling you for months now, Steve. Just a matter of time. If you think the Chinese government is not looking on and seeing what's going on in Russia, all these people out there, it's just a matter of time before they make their move and go into Taiwan and take that place over, because they know that Joe Biden and anybody else is not going to do nothing about it. This situation, you can say what you want to say about Donald Trump. People out there that talk bad about the guy. I promise you, I'm willing to bet every dollar I got in my pocket right now, Steve, that if Trump was in the White House, Vladimir Putin wouldn't have made this move into Russia. He wouldn't have made this move. Joe Biden, these sanctions mean absolutely nothing to Putin, Steve. I've been telling you that for months now. These sanctions mean nothing to Putin. He made his move regardless. They can shut down every bank in Russia if they want to. And Putin's still going. From what I learned some interesting information about him over the past couple of days. I didn't realize that man had that much money. Some people say he might be the richest man in the world. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I've heard. So these sanctions, only thing that these sanctions are hurting, Steve, is the people that live in Russia. Those are the people that's going to be hurting, not Vladimir Putin, I promise you. He's still living good, living the lavish lifestyle, and living the life of the rich and the famous. So he's going to go head on into Ukraine. As you said, I read that on my phone earlier tonight. You said that he has a 40-mile, and I don't even see how that's possible, a 40-mile caravan of military vehicles headed to Ukraine. That don't sound like somebody who's thinking about calling off the war to me.
No.
So it looks like he's up in the ante, and he's planning on taking this whole deal. He's trying to take over the whole damn country within a matter of days, weeks. It looks like he's not backing down. But see, here's something that he took it to a whole nother level, though, Steve, over the weekend. He took it to a whole nother level, and that's why I say we're living in some very dangerous times. When you start talking about nuclear weapons, you're talking some serious business now, because if Russia releases a nuclear weapon, not hundreds of people, but millions of people are going to die. Where he shoots his missile to, I don't know, but I don't know if his missiles are. Maybe you can check up on it. I don't know if his missiles are capable of reaching the United States, but I think they are.
Oh yes.
So we're playing a very dangerous game. Huh?
Absolutely.
You say his missiles are capable of reaching the U.S.?
He's got an arsenal,
Okay.
and they're all. They're all tagged and targeted. There's locations. I mean, I was looking at a list of, initial strike targets in the U.S. where they would take out military complex and things of that nature. Absolutely. That's the biggest concern is we do not. Yeah. Putin does not want to start playing around with nuclear weapons. There's actually reports coming in. Ukraine is accusing Putin this past day, I believe, of using what they call a vacuum bomb, which is banned by the Geneva Convention. But we've heard of the Moab, the mother of all bombs. I remember discussing this back in the early days of Afghanistan. Because when you had the fighters in Afghanistan that are, all up in these mountains, hiding in caves, the Moab would essentially suck all the oxygen, out of it sucks up all the oxygen, and if you're in the caves, you'd be asphyxiated because conventional devices couldn't get them in the caves. It seems like we did we not at some point use one of those Moabs? This device is supposed, I guess it's one step, is it below or above? This is considered the father of all bombs. So if it's not a Moab and it's a father of all bombs, I'm assuming that may be one step above the Moab. But let's get our news break in here, though, a little behind. We'll catch up on things right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
5 are dead in a shooting that took place at a California church. Among the deceased are 3 children under the age of 15 and their father, who is not only the suspect, but also turned a gun on himself. Sergeant Rod Grassman with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office tells television station KTXL that there is no threat to the general public.
It seems that they all knew each other. This was not a random sort of shooting and it was, at this point, the information that I have was a more domestic, violent sort of situation.
The shooting happened early Monday evening in the main sanctuary of the church in Sacramento. The investigation is underway. Mixed day on Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 166 points, the Nasdaq was up 57 points, and the S&P 500 was off by 11 points. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
Ukraine's second largest city has been rocked by Russian shelling. Several are dead. Dozens more were injured. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky believes Russia is trying to pressure him into concessions. Delegations from both countries met on Monday for the first talks since Russia's invasion. After several hours, the two sides said they would meet again. Meanwhile, the General Assembly of the United Nations held its first emergency session in decades to discuss the conflict. Republicans in Arizona want a judge to strike down the vote-by-mail system used by 90% of voters in the state. The lawsuit filed Friday argues that absentee voting is unconstitutional. What they want at the very least is for the no-excuse absentee balloting system adopted in 1991 to be struck down. The suit is modeled on a similar lawsuit in Pennsylvania, where a court struck down that state's 2-year-old vote-by-mail law. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Some ranchers in the Lone Star State don't want Washington's help.
Texas ranchers are turning down the Biden administration for money covering damages caused by the large surge of migrants at the southern border, according to the Washington Examiner newspaper. The Department of Agriculture's Natural Resources Conservation Service began allowing farmers and ranchers to claim reimbursements for more than 24 types of costs sustained. The program covers such things as fencing repair, livestock fatalities, irrigation, and crop planting. Many Texans, however, are fearful the financial aid will come with strings attached. According to the Examiner's poll, 5 out of every 6 ranchers are not planning to apply for the reimbursement. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Chris Licht has been appointed the future leader of CNN. He's running The Late Show with Stephen Colbert on CBS at the moment. Prior to that, he was running CBS This Morning, and he helped to create Morning Joe on MSNBC. Licht told network employees that he plans to double down on what's working well and quickly get rid of what's not. Former President Donald Trump is appealing a judge's decision that he must testify in New York State's civil investigation into his business practices. Lawyers for him and his 2 eldest children filed papers Monday. They argue that ordering the Trumps to testify violates their constitutional rights because their answers could be used in a parallel criminal investigation. Hear news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, picking up where we left off there for the news break. It was actually Ukraine's ambassador to the United States appealing to members of the United States Congress for more assistance this past day, stating that Russia had used a vacuum bomb in the invasion. She said, quote, they used the vacuum bomb Monday, which is actually prohibited by the Geneva Convention. The devastation that Russia is trying to inflict on Ukraine is large. Now, she said Ukraine's working actively with the administration, the Biden administration, and Congress, hoping to obtain more weapons and tougher sanctions. One lawmaker who attended the meeting, Representative Brad Sherman, Democrat out of California, said the Ukrainians had asked for us, the United States, to enforce a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Yeah, but he said, we feel that's too dangerous. I mean, that would provoke conflict with Russia. But they explain a vacuum bomb uses oxygen from the surrounding air to generate a high-temperature explosion, typically producing a blast wave significantly longer duration than that of a conventional explosive. Vacuum bombs are thermobaric bombs, also known as the father of all bombs. Memory serves, I think that's about as big as you can get without. Next step, I believe, is using a nuclear device. All right, let me get back to Eagle. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Eagle. Welcome back.
Okay, Steve. That's the reason why I say. That's the reason why I said this. Vladimir Putin is a very dangerous man, Steve. He took it to the next level, and he also issued a threat to the United States and the world over the weekend. He said that if the West gets involved in his situation, that he was going to unleash something that the world has never seen before. Now that's basically saying that he's willing to use nuclear weapons. And when, like I say, this is a dangerous situation because Joe Biden said over the weekend, Joe Biden is in a bad position, Steve. But we'll see what he has to say tonight. This is a very important. Even though I don't like Joe Biden, this is a very important news conference that he's going to have tonight, State of the Union. Because this is some serious business. Because Joe Biden said over the weekend, he said that we really only have two choices in this matter with Putin. Only thing we can do is continue putting sanctions on this man, or the next step is the war, World War III. That's what Joe Biden said. Those are the two things that he said that right now is on the table for Joe Biden, is more sanctions or going to war. And you know something, Steve, it wouldn't surprise me. You said that he released a vacuum bomb yesterday. It wouldn't surprise me if he released chemical weapons on Ukraine or any other country. He's capable. I forgot what the name of that guy was a couple of years ago that was releasing chemical weapons on his people. Putin is capable of doing that, of using chemical weapons. I'm not talking about nuclear, but chemical weapons. This is a very dangerous man. And you know, he's power hungry, and he doesn't look like he's not going to let nothing stop him. So, like I said, the United States and any other country that wants to stop him right now, they're in a bad position because Putin, I don't think he's like the guy in North Korea, Steve. The guy in North Korea is a bunch of hot air, a bunch of talk. You know, he says that he's going to release nuclear weapons, but I don't think he will. But Putin, I believe that that's not just a threat with Vladimir Putin. I believe that if it came down to it, because another thing I forgot to tell you, Steve, he gave the order to his people to be on alert. Didn't you hear about that? He told his nuclear people to be ready, to be ready to release a nuclear weapon anytime he gives the call. Did you hear about that over the weekend?
Yeah, that's what we talked about that last evening. Heightened alert, yes, for the nuclear arsenal. That took it to the next level. The Pentagon's very concerned about that.
Yeah, they should be concerned about it because, like I told you, I don't think that this man is just saying this to scare people. I believe that if Putin is pushed to the pinnacle, that he would release nuclear weapons. He's that deranged or whatever you want to call the man. I believe that Putin would release nuclear weapons if it came down to it. This is not no idle threat with this guy. So we in a dangerous situation right now. Me personally, I don't know how we're gonna settle this thing. I don't know how it's going to finally end, but a lot of people are going to lose their lives. Like I say, if I was in Ukraine right now, I'd be trying to get the hell out of town. I tell you that right now. If I was in Ukraine, I'd be getting out of town, a train, bus, plane, whatever. I would get the hell out because, like I said before, they claim he has a 40-mile caravan of military vehicles headed to Ukraine right now, and these guys are not going to be playing games when they get to town. And as for this guy, that's the president of Ukraine, I read on my phone today that Putin has a hit out for that guy, that he wants to eliminate him. And, that guy said that he's not leaving town, that he's not going to leave Kiev or whatever the capital is. If I was him, I'm not going to say that because I don't think that nobody should abandon their country like the guy, like that coward in Afghanistan, the president. He just took all the money and got in a helicopter and left town when the Taliban was coming in. So, that's his decision if he wants to stay in Ukraine, the president of that country. But they're in a very dangerous situation right now, Steve. So, like I said, as much as I told you over the past year that I don't listen to what Joe Biden has to say, I will be listening tomorrow night on this State of the Union to see what he has to say, because this is a very dangerous situation that we're in right now. And thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. Yeah, yes, indeed. We know that is the fact. No doubt about it, Eagle. All right, from the Breitbart news desk this past day, Alex Marlow, John Carney, one of the biggest revelations from the Ukraine war has been the failure of expert opinion. Over and over again, the experts have suggested the worst has already happened, and suddenly things get even worse. That's a pretty terrifying development when considering a conflict with a country armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy life on Earth. Now, the United States and allies Monday pushed the Russian economy to the brink of collapse by sanctioning not only the biggest Russian banks, but the central bank of Russia itself, which has prompted a run on the bank in Russia as savers scramble to get their hands on currency that they intend to convert into food and goods as soon as possible. Don't be surprised to hear about a financial crisis in Russia soon, followed by widespread shortages. That said, while the sanctions are a huge blow to the Russian economy, they will not be devastating so long as they continue to exclude Russian oil and natural gas. In fact, the normal market processes are helping Russia right now. Oil rose by about 4% Monday, greatly increasing Russia's income. Putin is not likely to buckle so long as the rise in oil prices keeps pumping up the wealth in Russia. Of course, remember with the sanctions announced Thursday evening last week, for fear of spiking fuel prices globally. All these sanctions being levied by the United States and all the other countries are kind of taking a hands-off approach to the Russian oil. And Putin knows that. 17 past the hour. All right, plenty of room for you. What's going on? It's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, I got an update from Brain Dead this past day via email. And I figured that he wouldn't mind if I passed on. He said, I thought I'd drop you a line as it's been a few since I've emailed or called in. I've been fighting off a major depression as I'm still in shock, recovering from getting the news that a longtime and close friend that I would consider a sister had a massive stroke, and she's only a couple of months younger than me, and we're 44. She's lost all movement on the right side of her body. She has severe memory loss along with really slurred speech. Ever since this happened, I've been visiting her every day for an hour or so after I get off at Yellow YRC and on my days off. It's truly exhausting when you pretty much get about 4 hours of sleep a day, except for Saturday night and Sunday. So I'm going to have to step away from doing our DA of the Week nominee segment. I'll see if Dingbat has some time, but she's pretty much got a plate full and then some herself. But also with this we had been planning on making it to the Mid-America Truck Show this year. It just looks like we're going to have to maybe try again next year. So sorry to hear about your friend there, Brain Dead, and best wishes. And not a problem. We can find we don't have any difficulty finding a dumbass of the week nominee on any given day here, do we? Now we could always just go to Horse Feathers and say, what stupid thing did you do today? Oh, hey, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for coming to me with all that, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Oh.
Or I resemble that.
What a coincidence.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, right? We'll see if we can hold on here, going through a little valley. So I don't know. I might end up having cellular issues here tonight. But so, anyways, hey, to start things out there, I saw a little bit on the 6 o'clock news last night there, and seeing that they're talking about the first trial for one of the January 6 people coming up. Did you catch all that in the news? Or
I did not.
yeah, so I don't know where all that leads. It was kind of a story that they said they're going to have more on at 11. It's like, well, I ain't going to be watching at 11. Tell me now. Like, and then I was reading in one of my farm papers there that they got a case of the avian flu that's affected one of the chicken houses down there on the eastern shore in Maryland. So I guess it's going to be a big issue, but they're testing a lot of wild birds right now to see if it's, you know, going with the migration and that. But anyways, I guess that's the next thing to watch out. Now, when you get the avian flu in a birdhouse, do all the chickens have to wear masks and socially distance, or how does that work?
My understanding is all the chickens in the house have to be slaughtered and disposed of.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, but anyways, there, and I guess there's still a little confusion out there. I got a message asking me what happened last night. So I guess with Knucklebuster there, I was just trying to help and improve his story there about the Margaret Hot Lips Houlihan there, that the actress that played that character in the movie had passed, and it wasn't the one from the TV show that we all know, that Loretta Swit or however she says her last name there. But anyways, as doing that, I guess Knucklebuster thought I might be trying to correct him like Miss Tennessee would do, and to all regards to Miss Tennessee, I should have said it that way last night. I apologize for that. But I haven't been south of the Macy-Dixie long enough to always remember to do that, you know, put that Miss or Mr. in front of all that when I'm addressing people. So anyways, I do apologize for that, but in no way would I try to impersonate or, you know, replicate or try to, you know, in any facsimile, try to, you know, try to do any, you know, you know what I'm trying to get out there, right, Your Honor? Have one of those maverick moments there for a minute. But in all regards there, we do appreciate her and her contribution to the show, especially the few times she calls in there, because it's always pretty good there to listen to her and what she has with Knucklebuster. But I don't know what else we got going other than that. Well, a little chilly yet. We still got like 28, 27 degrees here, clear skies. So anyways, I guess when that convoy converges out there in Hagerstown, Maryland there, I don't know if I'll be able to get that far out or not. It's about 2.5 hours from the house to get out there. So I guess are they going to be there for like an overnight thing, and then from there they're going to head down to D.C. I'm assuming they're going to come right across 70 to Frederick and then down 270 straight down to D.C. would be my guess which way they're going to head down there if they're coming out of Hagerstown. So, but anyways, I don't know. Did they say that's going to be like a layover stop that they're going to be there, or are they all just going to kind of meet up there and then just continue on from there, just kind of a hit and, you know, and then go on? Did your story have any report of that?
I'll have to go back and look at the actual schedule for the People's Convoy, because it seems like they're going to, I know they were going to gather something. I thought they were going to spend like Friday night there or something, then roll into D.C. On a Saturday, which things would obviously not be nearly as congested on the. Yeah, the Beltway's not busy on Saturday like it is on weekdays, or is it?
No, not normally. So so that really shouldn't be a major issue then well, it definitely won't be a major issue for travelers. And you know, for the working type travelers, and even just a regular Saturday until, I don't know, midday things start picking up a little bit on it. People are trying to get out and around, but it's never usually congested to the point that you have stop and go unless something happens. And well, that's almost a given on any day that something can happen on that road.
Yeah.
So.
All right, I'm looking. I pulled up the schedule here, so I'm looking ahead to this Friday for the last large stretch of the convoy. The group will drive just over 250 miles to arrive in Hagerstown, Maryland. That'll be departing Cambridge, Ohio to Hagerstown, Maryland. Then Saturday, after 11 days on the road, the convoy drives the last 75 miles to the nation's capital to begin their protests in D.C. So, and they've been saying from the beginning they do not intend to go actually into D.C. direct. I guess, what do you have, an inner belt and an outer belt, or how does that work?
Well, what they call the inner loop and the outer loop is all the same road to Capitol Beltway. The inner loop is the one side of the road that's closest to D.C., and then the outer loop is the part of the road that's the further part away from D.C. that goes the two different directions. So, because all the way around, it's called north, south, east, and west, and it changes with which direction you're going. It gets kind of confusing, but I won't even get into trying to explain it. But it's the same road. It's the Capitol Beltway, the 495-95 combination, depending on which side you're on. The 95's on the east side, combined with 495, and then the whole way around without is 495.
Okay.
But it's both the inner and outer loop are both the same piece of highway, right in that way. But it's still a good, I don't know, 5-8 miles out of downtown DC. You got to travel at least. So, but yeah, downtown DC is really, even on normal days, isn't a good place for trucks, because there's a lot of commercial bans down in that area. You get around a lot of the federal buildings, there's commercial bans for the trucks, and in order to get in there, you have to go through all kinds of security clearance and everything, and it's not a good place, and for a lot of things, it's really too tight. It's really too crowded. So and it's I don't know. It's certainly not truck friendly. That's definitely that way for sure.
Gotcha.
But anyways, hope all works out, and I don't know if they've come up with a stopping point, if they'll be able to use one of the stadiums like FedEx Field. FedEx Field is right out off on the Beltway there on the east side, so I don't know if they're going to allow them to use that for a lot, and actually RFK Stadium there, the other one, is really not too far off the Beltway either. So either one of those are viable for a large congregation
gathering.
Of trucks.
Say, hey, we haven't heard from the Red Mule all week. I mean, or last week. I mean, last he checked in, he said he wasn't sure. Do you know? Did he join the convoy possibly? Have you heard from him or no?
I don't know, but that was one of the questions I had about me and the Knuckle Busters. I got a text message from him last night asking what was going on. I tried to call him after I got up. I was sleeping when he sent me the message, so I'm not sure where he's at, but he's certainly out here somewhere listening to the radio. I know that. So maybe if he was napping a little while ago, maybe he'll wake up and check in with us there and find out. So, as I say, I did try to return his call, and it didn't. He must have been napping himself then at that time. So, as Knucklebuster says, that old man thing kicks in once in a while, and you got to close your eyes. So,
got to take a nap. Check your eyelid for leaks. All right. Well, thank you much, Red Mule. If you're out there participating, give us a live report from Cuba, Missouri this morning. Our number, 844-844-3388. Newsbreak, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
5 are dead in a shooting that took place at a California church. Among the deceased are 3 children under the age of 15 and their father, who is not only the suspect, but also turned a gun on himself. Sergeant Rod Grassman with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office tells television station KTXL that there is no threat to the general public.
It seems that they all knew each other. This was not a random sort of shooting and it was, at this point, the information that I have was a more domestic violent sort of situation.
The shooting happened early Monday evening in the main sanctuary of the church in Sacramento. The investigation is underway. Mixed day on Wall Street Monday. The Dow was down 166 points. The Nasdaq was up 57 points. And the S&P 500 was off by 11 points. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. As we're making our way to the first day of March 1, here it is. All right, looking at some of the other comments, who'd we have checking in? Yeah, that 40-mile convoy of Russian equipment. Russell said this convoy is going to attack Kiev heavily. It will not be pretty. It's like Hitler going in Poland, 1939. Larry chimes in. Steve, how does the world stand by and watch the destruction of a country through their television screens? I understand they're sending prayers, equipment, weapons, and food, but they need military aircraft, boots on the ground. It's time to stop this before these people who did not ask for this war all die. Yeah, that's what the world's pretty much standing by. Yeah, how much involvement? Are you talking U.S. boots on the ground? Is it time for the European Union or NATO to step in? That's the million-dollar question. A couple of weeks ago, even the people in Ukraine, many of them did not think this was ever going to happen. Russia had made the statement that, some of our troops are withdrawing. That lies. You can't believe a thing. All right. Hello to Dave checking in. 40 degrees clear in Anderson this morning. Let me head over to Thailand. Rainmaker. Morning, Rainmaker.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you doing today?
I'm doing a whole lot better than the poor people in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's so sad. And, you read the report about the soldiers only go at night and during the daytime because they cannot see at night. They don't know how to work the night vision goggles.
Really?
They're running out of gasoline on the highway. There was one Ukrainian that stopped by one of the Russian military vehicles and asked him what the problem was I'm out of petrol. He goes, I will tow you back to Russia. And the soldier told him to go F himself. But the ruble went clear down pretty, like 1 penny to $1. But if you're like me on Social Security and you're in Thailand, and say a Russian person is in Thailand like me, the salary for the pension for Russians are around 16,000 rubles a month. So if it depreciates down to what it is to the baht, which is about 0.0031, where it used to be 0.013, I think, or something like that. And that really is a big drop, But what I wanted to say was the oil. Did you see where Jen Psaki, whatever her name is, told, we need to go to green energy. This has been the push of the left. Green energy,
right.
Green energy. Well, if they would just allow capitalism to work like it's always worked for like other things, the government should just stay out of things that they don't need to bother. Can you imagine if the government would have got involved when we went from 8-track tape player to cassette or, CDs and stuff, and then you had the 8-track tape people saying, "Oh, no, we cannot do this. We need to stay 8-track." Things just they go on their own. People stop buying 8-tracks. The companies that make 8-tracks convert over to the new thing. It's the way it's always worked, right?
Exactly.
So if green energy starts to work, people will start buying electric cars, solar cars, whatever the hell it is, But when the government starts saying, "Oh, no, we don't need to sell 8-tracks no more," and people say, "Well, how am I going to listen to my music if I can't get 8-tracks, right? Or VCRs to watch movies?" I mean, the government just needs to leave things alone, but it just feels like people are to the point where they've had enough and something bad's going to happen. I mean, did you see that this January 6th protester that committed suicide?
Was that something?
Read that story yet?
I've not seen that. Is that something that happened in the last few days, or?
Yes, yeah, he committed suicide. I think he was like 37 years old. He was from Pennsylvania.
Mm.
And he just went there because, he felt like the election was wrong, and he went there to voice his opinion. And he said the doors was open. That's what his story was to his family, that he just walked in there with the crowd. The crowd's pushing him, right, but he didn't do nothing. But, they charged him in the court system, taking so long, and now they're charging him with a felony. He just had enough of the Justice Department. He decided to commit suicide.
Wow.
Now, we have all these bad criminals that's getting turned loose all the time, killing people, robbing people, really bad people getting turned out every day. And this person just went to the Capitol building and walked inside. And he committed suicide. That's just, that was the straw that broke my back today. When I read that story.
Wow.
Unless you can find it. I don't know. I'll forward it.
I've got it here. I pulled it up, yeah. Sad.
Yeah. It's so sad. And now the truck drivers, I pray to God, I'm praying for the fellow truckers that, they don't get in trouble like the Canadians did. We have more freedom than Canadians do, but just have to wait and see, right? It could change. If we go to war, that'll give sleepy Joe Biden powers that he could, I can declare, I can just shut down these truckers because, we're in war now, right? He could do a lot of things if something happens, right?
That's been the concern. I mean, I know that the organizers of the People's Convoy have said from day one they have no intentions of going in and blocking off like downtown D.C. or nothing akin to Ottawa, but you've always got the possibility when it doesn't matter what a particular protest is about. I mean, hell, in D.C., there's a protest every day, some group. Some are larger than others, but there could always be a faction that breaks away from the main group and does try to go into D.C. and disrupt things and cause problems. Looking here from, organizers have stated it is not their intention. The convoy is a unified group simply protesting for freedom. However, D.C. officials are concerned. Protesters could disrupt traffic around the Beltway and near the Capitol building. Some are even fearful of another similar scenario to the January 6th insurrection. Therefore, D.C. leaders and Capitol Police requested the deployment of the National Guard. Again, last week, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin approved 700 to 800 Guard troops. They will be unarmed. They will not be allowed to arrest protesters, but they can report any issues to local authorities. The Guard deployment is really to provide support for traffic control in and around the Capitol. They will be ready for possible disruptions at some of the key traffic arteries. Now, Kirby also revealed around 50 large tactical vehicles will be deployed along with the troops. The Metropolitan Police, obviously, are increasing their presence in the area. Of course, adding 500 officers per day. I guess starting today, they've reinstalled the fence surrounding the Capitol. That's up. And yeah, that's also, of course, in regards to the State of the Union address taking place tonight. All right, a quick time out and back to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Couple of things you may need to know. Snoqualmie Pass closed until further notice as of this past day. And I guess there's going to be an enforcement blitz, according to the FMCSA, along I-95. A multi-state traffic enforcement effort that gets underway today, as a matter of fact. So all the details just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, starting with Snoqualmie. Snoqualmie Pass closed until further notice due to avalanche danger. Closed Monday morning. Stevens Pass was reported or reopened by 11 a.m., but no estimated time for Snoqualmie. They said preventative avalanche control work was conducted Sunday afternoon, but according to KIRO 7 News, heavy rain and snow, along with rising temperatures and strong winds in the area, have continued to create dangerous conditions, causing officials to stop traffic on I-90 westbound near Ellensburg and eastbound at North Bend. The Northwest Avalanche Center reports there will be a high danger on the west slopes of the Washington Cascades from the Canadian border to the Columbia River, including Stevens, Snoqualmie, and White Passes, as well as on the east slopes of the Cascades from the Canadian border down to and including the I-90 corridor. Now, they said the avalanche warning will remain in effect until Sunday at 6 p.m. So it pretty much sounds like all this week, but the FMCSA announcing that additional police will patrol I-95, part of a multi-state traffic enforcement aimed at reducing commercial vehicle crashes, according to the FMCSA. Today, March 1 through March the 3rd, police in multiple states will increase patrols along the southeast I-95 corridor as part of Operation Safe Drive. Drive referring to distracted, reckless, impaired visibility enforcement. Safe Drive. During this enforcement period, law enforcement will be on the lookout for violations committed by both passenger and commercial vehicles and include monitoring for aggressive driving, speeding, tailgating, failing to wear seatbelts, distracted or impaired driving. Efforts will also help ensure commercial drivers are following industry regulations, hours of service compliance, commercial license compliance, medical certification, and commercial motor vehicle credentialing. According to the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, the Highway Patrol, proud to be part of this initiative, again, partnering with the FMCSA and our law enforcement counterparts throughout the Southeast. Doesn't mention here what all states are actually involved, but obviously with the statement there from North Carolina, they're in the mix. All right, back to the phones we go, and our number, 844-844-3388. Well, hey there, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I was outside the truck, fueling my truck up there, and I heard my name being mentioned. I said, well, I better call in. For starters, I was only kidding around last night, brother. You can correct me anytime. But, this Steve Sommers overnight drive is a good thing in the middle of the night, and we don't want it to become a fake news channel either. So there's already enough baloney on here, right?
No, right?
Yeah. Well, I become a dumbass some mornings just from waking up, Steve, or some nights, I should say. I don't usually get up too early in the morning there.
Yeah.
And the reason they got them National Guard up there unarmed, Steve, they don't want another Kent State on their hands, right? Steve, I read a story. This Scottish woman, she checked her bank account she'd forgot about for 60 years. It had $3.35 in it originally. When she checked it, it is now $335. So that might be, I don't know. Was that a good return of investment? I don't know.
60
We'd have to ask Red Mule about
years?
that. He knows all about that stuff.
That's not all that good. 60 years. Took a long time for that interest to accrue.
I know that's right. Well, last thing I got right now, this up there in Canada, this couple's dog gave birth to 8 puppies. And one of them was green, Steve, lime green. How do you get lime green puppies? I don't know, but you'd have an unusual dog anyway there.
Mm-hmm.
And, my dog was 9 years old, and he passed. He had cancer. We put him to sleep there back in 2020. That's why one of the reasons why I hate 2020. But anyway, we got a 5-month-old golden retriever now. And let me tell you something, Steve. If this boy grows to the size of his dog, he's going to be a monster. And we named him Ziggy, but Mama Knucklebuster wants to rename him the Big Moose. I said, well, I know a guy by that handle. He might not appreciate having a dog named after him. I don't know. But anyway, I consider it an honor. So, because he's a smart boy, and he's a good-looking puppy, too. So, but he's a huge dog, too. I don't know if I'll be able to afford to feed that boy all his life there. So, anyway, that's all my bull on him. We'll keep trucking this thing on down the road. Call you later.
Thanks for checking in there, Knucklebuster. And yes, Horse Feathers didn't say anything derogatory. He said he was just trying to return your call, I believe it was. All right, a couple minutes before we hit news update, top of the hour. Hey, we've got clear lines here on a Tuesday morning, making our way into March 1 for 2022. Hey, maybe this guy could get a Dumbass of the Week nominee. Semi-truck driver arrested, placed on a $100,000 bond after shooting at a box truck in a fit of road rage, according to police. Driver arrested after a brief search. His bond set Monday, this past day, in Montgomery, Ohio. According to Fox 19, police began searching for the truck driver, 38-year-old Herlando Gwynn, after receiving reports he had fired a 9mm handgun at a box truck driver on Interstate 71 near Pfeiffer Road. Yeah, police issued a brief "Be on the lookout," but found Gwynn just 30 minutes later on I-71 northbound near Ohio 68 by the Wilmington post of the Ohio State Patrol. The affidavit states Gwynn shot at the box truck driver, Timothy Carnes, because Carnes kept cutting him off. Upon investigation, officers found 2 bullet holes in the box truck, so Gwynn is now facing 2 counts of improperly handling firearms in a motor vehicle. Looks like his next court date has been set for March 7th. Road rage. All right, toll free. It's 844-844-3388. And plenty of room for you as we make our way into the early hours of a Tuesday, first day of March. Here we go. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
5 are dead in a shooting that took place at a California church. Among the deceased are 3 children under the age of 15 and their father, who is not only the suspect, but also turned a gun on himself. Sergeant Rod Grassman with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office tells television station KTXL that there is no threat to the general public.
It seems that they all knew each other. This was not a random sort of shooting and it was, at this point, the information that I have was a more domestic, violent sort of situation.
The shooting happened early Monday evening in the main sanctuary of the church in Sacramento. The investigation is underway. Mixed day on Wall Street Monday. The Dow was down 166 points. The Nasdaq was up 57 points, and the S&P 500 was off by 11 points. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work, because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
Ukraine's second largest city has been rocked by Russian shelling. Several are dead. Dozens more were injured. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky believes Russia is trying to pressure him into concessions. Delegations from both countries met on Monday for the first talks since Russia's invasion. After several hours, the two sides said they would meet again. Meanwhile, the General Assembly of the United Nations held its first emergency session in decades to discuss the conflict. Republicans in Arizona want a judge to strike down the vote-by-mail system used by 90% of voters in the state. The lawsuit filed Friday argues that absentee voting is unconstitutional. What they want at the very least is for the no-excuse absentee balloting system adopted in 1991 to be struck down. The suit is modeled on a similar lawsuit in Pennsylvania, where a court struck down that state's 2-year-old vote-by-mail law. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as
Rocky Fortune.
Classic Radio Theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Some ranchers in the Lone Star State don't want Washington's help.
Texas ranchers are turning down the Biden administration for money covering damages caused by the large surge of migrants at the southern border, according to the Washington Examiner newspaper. The Department of Agriculture's Natural Resources Conservation Service began allowing farmers and ranchers to claim reimbursements for more than 24 types of costs sustained. The program covers such things as fencing repair, livestock fatalities, irrigation, and crop planting. Many Texans, however, are fearful the financial aid will come with strings attached. According to the Examiner's poll, 5 out of every 6 ranchers are not planning to apply for the reimbursement. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Chris Licht has been appointed the future leader of CNN. He's running The Late Show with Stephen Colbert on CBS at the moment. Prior to that, he was running CBS This Morning, and he helped to create Morning Joe on MSNBC. Licht told network employees that he plans to double down on what's working well and quickly get rid of what's not. Former President Donald Trump is appealing a judge's decision that he must testify in New York State's civil investigation into his business practices. Lawyers for him and his 2 eldest children filed papers Monday. They argue that ordering the Trumps to testify violates their constitutional rights because their answers could be used in a parallel criminal investigation. Hear news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We did get a bit of an update out of Canada. You know, the fallout from the protest that went on for, 3 weeks in Ottawa there. And concerns about some truck drivers maybe not getting their trucks back and those sort of things. Looks like that's not going to happen, thankfully. The Freedom Convoy, which we know resulted in numerous arrests as well as suspensions and seizures of plates. What the Ontario Ministry of Transportation deemed an illegal occupation. Now, according to the email correspondence from the Ontario Ministry of Transportation, a total of 27 seizure orders were enacted for out-of-province large truck operators, which prohibits these operators from operating any commercial motor vehicle in Ontario. They also ordered 12 suspension and seizure orders to Ontario large truck operators. Those orders suspended the operating authority throughout Canada and issued an order to seize all plates registered to them. Also, let's see, they seized plates for 34 out-of-province plated passenger vehicles and suspended 24 Ontario-plated passenger vehicles. All of this done in an effort to end the occupation, as they say. So now trying to get back on the road. Freedom Convoy drivers affected by seizures or suspensions can find how to recover your vehicle on the Ottawa Police Service website. According to the website, all vehicles must be collected by 5 p.m. on March the 4th, or they will be relocated. Proof of ownership for all vehicle types will be up to the officer on site. Suspension status can then be verified through Ministry of Transportation, the Inquiry System Services. And they also said to retrieve your plates. To get your plates back, you got to contact the Carrier Sanctions and Investigation Office, which they have a toll-free number, or the website there. Now, getting the vehicles back, I have no idea. I'm sure there's going to be a cost involved. Probably, what do you think, a tow bill, some sort of fine? That'd be interesting to see what these drivers, these small business owners are ultimately going to have to pay to get their equipment back. I have no idea. Is it going to be hundreds? Is it going to be thousands? So we'll have to wait and see, and I'm sure some of those drivers are going to be sharing their stories in the coming days. But all right, good morning to the Rambler. How's your week starting off, brother?
Well, praise God, brother. It's been starting off pretty good up here in Montgomery. Last week on this route, I start the new route next week going into the Big Easy, New Orleans, and not really looking forward to it, but hey, when you got a family to support, you got to do what you got to do, right? Praise God for that, Steve. And I heard old Knuckle Buster a while ago, and that's the heart-wrenching thing to have to do, is to have to put your dog down. I had a similar situation. Old Charlie, my chocolate lab, here a few years ago. We lost him, and I swear I never would get another dog. And pastor, friend of mine, preacher friend of mine, she had they bought a Siberian Husky, and the dog just did not adapt well with them. And so they called me up and said, "Hey, Brother Perry, we know you had a dog and you went through a hard time having to put that dog down and everything like that. This Husky's got your name written all over it. And, man, that's one of the best blessings I ever had. Still have her. Her name is Coda. And if you ever follow us at the Determined Ministries Church, you'll always hear her in the background. She's there with me every Sunday. And I tell you what, that dog has church right with us, Steve. She sure does. And smartest dog I've ever had has been this Husky. And so happy that we got her. And I tell you what, I hope that Golden Retriever, that's a top-notch dog right there.
Yep.
Does good for Knuckle Buster and his daughter and everything like that. You have a dog, too, named Turbo, right?
Yeah, he's a mutt.
It don't matter as long as you love him,
He knows I do. He knows I love him. He's, what are you, they used to call him a Heinz 57, right? A little bit of everything mixed in.
Amen, brother. Hey, I had hung up right before Pappy got on, and God bless him, man. I wish I would have held on a little while longer, and I would have loved to have talked to Pappy. And I know I pick and I joke with him, but I have all the respect in the world for David Pappy Jones, and we talk about his daughter. And in my opinion, Mercedes is now our sweetheart. She's definitely won our hearts. It's good to see that gal. The picture he posted, her sitting up in the wheelchair, and just brought tears to my eyes. And, just so glad that God's moving on her behalf. And, we've been praying for another man, Steve, named Alan Hall. Man, I tell you what, God just really moved on that situation. And the heart muscle, Steve, if you have a major heart attack, don't usually regenerate itself. But, man, look, this man's heart muscle, not all of it, but most of it regenerated itself good enough to where they could have surgery. They took out his left kidney that had a cancerous tumor on it. He had kidney cancer. And I talked to his mother night before last and said, look, all that cancer was contained to just that one kidney. and no more cancer in his body, cancer-free, you know. Of course, they'll keep a check on it, but we're going to believe God for that miracle, everything like that. But just wanted to shout at you. Before I get off here, I just have it, I feel in my spirit, Steve, what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. I feel like those Russian people are going to have a coup. I feel like, because they're so used to living a Western lifestyle now and have everything taken away from them with what these sanctions are going to do, they're going to demand Putin's head on a pole. I almost willing to bet you. And I just don't think, if he wants to drop a nuke on a European nation, I just have a feeling, I just don't think top military brass in Russia will follow through with it. I think they'll overthrow him eventually. And that guy that was president of Serbia, whenever Slick Willie went over there and we bombed him, he was brought up on war crimes and sentenced to, I guess, a lifetime in prison. That could very well happen to old Putin too, you know. So we got to keep on praying for the people of Ukraine and everything like that. If y'all down here around the Gulf Coast, from New Orleans to Biloxi to Mobile, y'all be safe. You know, Mardi Gras is going on down here. And, you know, if you're going to go and get in that kind of debauchery, I pray for you. I pray that you don't go, number one. But if you do go, be safe. Don't overdo it. You know, we don't need no more DUIs. You know, Steve, you know what the ladies do for them plastic beads. So come on, have some common courtesy. You know that being said, I'm surprised Knuckle Buster ain't down here along the Gulf Coast when he's just saying that. Because, you know, he always talks about the ladies buying the shirts and everything else. I ain't going to repeat what he said. I'm a man of God, so, but you know what he said. So I'm surprised he ain't down here on the Gulf Coast partying right along with them. But before I get off here, I hadn't heard from Brain Dead or Dingbat in a while, so I don't know what's going on with them two. Have you heard from them?
I did share an email from Brain Dead here a bit ago. Maybe you were out taking care of some business. Apparently, a close friend of his suffered a massive stroke here in the last week or so, or in recent weeks. I don't know an actual date, but he said someone close enough to be his sister. So he's driving his truck, and when he gets done with his driving, goes to visit with her for an hour or so on any given day and on the weekends. So he's been very, very busy, kind of going through a bit of depression, and he was planning on coming to the truck show this year, but he said he's going to have to try again next year. So that was, he sent me that update this past day.
Well, Brain Dead, I didn't know that, sir. You and your wife are special. You're part of this family. And now that Steve's told me what's going on, you know, depression ain't nothing but a spirit that the devil will put out to try and get you down, brother. And just want to let you know that we love you and your wife. We're going to be praying for you. You know, call in when you can, because, you know, we all miss hearing from you. And Kangaroo, if you're out there running the railways, we miss you too. I know he was a former board member of OOYDA a long time ago, and I was hoping we were going to hear from him while everything is going on with the convoy. So I'd like to hear what he has to say, because he was on the front lines for OIDA many years ago. But I'm going to get off here, let someone else get on. And before I go, I didn't say my little catchphrase, so let me say this. From Kathmandu to Timbuktu and every city, from Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and every city in between. You've got Steve Sommers, the Overnight Drive, pumping out audio gold with his bare hands from the offices and the secret bunker and the Hot Shot Studios and the metropolitan city of Cincinnati. And remember, God's children, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And y'all come visit us at Determined Ministries Church. Find us on Facebook. We go live at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time every Sunday. We'll see you there. I love you, Steve. Goodbye, brother. Take care, my man.
Have a great night. Rambler, great to hear from you as always. That clears things out. All right, so lines are wide open at 844-844-3388. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see. Eskimo Mom forwarded the story to me this past day, and I'm thinking, might I actually see and potentially be able to drive across a new bridge crossing the Ohio River from Cincinnati into northern Kentucky in my lifetime? Because we've been talking about it for years and years. If they would have done this when they initially started talking about it, the cost would probably be half of what it is today. But the big announcement, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear and Ohio Governor Mike DeWine announcing plans to jointly apply for $2 billion in federal funds to build the Brent Spence Companion Bridge and improve the existing bridge. I mean, the Brent Spence is the amount of traffic crossing it on any given day. It's probably 8 or 10 times what it was ever initially designed to handle. What do they call that? Functionally obsolete, I believe is the term. Now, applying for and using federal funds for the project means there will be no tolls, according to Governor Beshear. The funding is part of the bipartisan federal infrastructure bill that allocates at least $39 billion for bridge projects. Now, each state will pay for the approach work on their respective end of the bridge. The plan is to build the companion bridge to the west of the existing Brent Spence Bridge. Current estimates for each state are $1.31 billion for Kentucky, $1.48 billion for Ohio, according to each state's transportation department. Project will be paid for using a mix of federal, state, and local dollars if grant funding can be secured. For decades, the backups on the Brent Spence Bridge have frustrated drivers, hindered economic development, and slowed our supply chain deliveries. Today, a solution is in reach, and we're committed to aggressively working together to secure this funding to help fix this transportation nightmare once and for all. Not only will this project improve quality of life for drivers in Ohio and Kentucky, but keeping this major transportation network open and moving would also have a significant positive impact on our national economy and national security. That's the statement from Governor DeWine. He added the second bridge would add much needed capacity by separating local and through traffic to ease the ongoing traffic backups. Ohio Department of Transportation director said the grant applications will be submitted in the next few months, with decisions probably coming sometime this fall. Now, Governor Beshear said he wants to break ground as soon as next year if all goes as planned. The time frame to complete the build would be about 5 years. Ohio Senator Rob Portman also issued a statement applauding the memorandum. Great news for Cincinnati, as well as the larger region. Brings us one step closer to a new companion bridge, which will ease traffic along the corridor. This has been a top priority of mine during the negotiations of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which has helped pave the way for this milestone. I'll continue to work with state and federal partners on both sides of the river to ensure this project comes to fruition. So let me see, 57, be 58 later this year. I may be 65 if we're all still around, if I'm going to be here to drive across that bridge, if all goes as planned. But that is a pretty big announcement. Now let's try Gilligan. What's going on this morning, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. Figured I'd give you a call. Hey, have you heard from the big moose here lately?
Let me see here. I haven't. He hasn't called in several days. He didn't. Sometime it was one day last week that he did check in, but I don't know. I believe I got a message.
Yeah, but that was a pre-recorded message.
Oh,
I
okay.
tell you, we have a report. We have a report on his last sighting. I've got a very, very reliable source in Big Ed. He told me, now Jolly Green said his Volkswagen bus fell on him there, 2 weeks ago, but Big Ed said he was, just before that, he was up in Cleveland doing a retro 60s concert. He was up on stage in his headband, his tie-dye shirt, denim bell-bottom blue jeans, these Birkenstocks, doing Mellow Yellow. But he got in his bus and he was headed back, but we haven't heard any more reports from him. I'm beginning to really worry about this man.
Uh-oh.
Hillbilly Texas, I don't know how many of these recordings Hillbilly Texas got. Big Moose, if you're out there listening, come out of the closet. We don't care that you're a closet. You don't have to be a closet hippie. It's fine. We don't discriminate on this show, as you know. But I want to give a shout out. I'm beginning to worry about this man. Maybe the reports are true. We don't want to lose him. I mean, he's one of the anchors of this show.
Right.
Second only to you, radio royalty. You're radio royalty. You are the anchor, but Big Moose and Monkey Gouger, these are the ones that horse feathers. Come on now. we can't lose one of the big three callers, you know. So I'm really worried about Moose. Maybe, hopefully nothing's happened to him. You know, that's all I can say. So thanks for taking my call, Steve. Take care.
I'm just curious if you've had any kind of update from Big Ed. I mean, the guy's retired now. He ain't doing nothing. Posted something this past day about, the biggest thing in his life is figuring out, what to do when he ain't got nothing to do. Hard to get used to. You could be up helping to get us through the night. Check in with us every once in a while, Big Ed. Are you with me? Okay, what are we looking at? 844-844-3388. News break just around the corner here. And let me jump down to, tell you what, Scarecrow, since we're so close, and then Jolly Green Giant is on the line to check in as well. I bet he'll be pretty excited about the prospect of a new Brent Spence, or a new bridge crossing the Ohio River. A companion to the Brent Spence Bridge. I don't know, will it be Brent Spence Volume 2 or what? Quick, like with all the sanctions being implemented, and many businesses are pulling out of Russia in response to the attack on Ukraine. I guess General Motors joined that list this past day, announcing they will stop exporting their vehicles to Russia. Our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine at this time. The loss of life is a tragedy, and our overriding concern is for the safety of the people in the region. GM, just one of several automakers, including Volvo, that have decided to suspend exports to Russia. Although General Motors no longer manufactures in Russia, after selling their stake to the Russian auto company Avtovaz, it does, however, operate a sales company which vehicles are sourced from North America and South Korea. Ford has not yet responded regarding their operations in Russia, according to Fox Business, but we heard some of the big oil companies also pulling their stakes out of Russia. What was it, Shell, and what was the other big one? But Russia, losing business, losing investment. And with that, we'll get our news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
5 are dead in a shooting that took place at a California church. Among the deceased are 3 children under the age of 15 and their father, who is not only the suspect, but also turned a gun on himself. Sergeant Rod Grassman with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office tells television station KTXL that there is no threat to the general public.
It seems that they all knew each other. This was not a random sort of shooting. And it was, at this point, the information that I have was a more domestic, violent sort of situation.
The shooting happened early Monday evening in the main sanctuary of the church in Sacramento. The investigation is underway. Mixed day on Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 166 points, the Nasdaq was up 57 points, and the S&P 500 was off by 11 points. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the War 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, yeah, yesterday they were going to hold discussions, talks, peace talks, Russia and Ukraine. Now, it wasn't actually, wasn't the actual leader of Ukraine. Zelensky is not going to present himself out in public like that. I mean, obviously, they sent delegations on their behalf to meet, but apparently it yielded no results. According to officials, after they concluded the talks, they sent top officials as intermediaries. And the battling continued, including in the capital city like Kiev. The negotiations themselves were held in Belarus, which, of course, has allowed Russian forces to pass through during the war. I mean, they told reporters after the talks broke off, their primary aim was to discuss a ceasefire. Pretty much, I guess the only thing they really came to any conclusion on was, well, we'll talk more later. But nothing being accomplished at this point in time. All right, now back to the phone. Scarecrow, hi there.
Hey, good morning, Kemosabe. Steve, Knucklebuster, he seems to be have a common thread with most of the calls here in the last half hour or so. On Gilligan, trying to kind of drop the ball a little bit there, but we'll pick it up and run with it again. Again, going back to Friday morning, I touched on, now this will all tie together here. I touched on, some commercials that used to run in companies that had slogans and whatnot. There was a telephone service that used to have, what the heck, reach out and touch someone. Do you remember that one?
I sure do.
Okay. Well, I think it was probably Thursday evening on news program. Either way, I believe it was Las Vegas. Now, you understand the right of self-expression. That kind of falls under, I guess, freedom of speech, I would imagine. And anyway, a couple young ladies out, probably Las Vegas, they're getting all dolled up and heading out for the evening, dancing or such. And self-expression of the one young gal, it kind of reached the pinnacle where the middle-aged fella, he couldn't help himself. He had to reach out and touch someone. And she didn't seem to appreciate that. Well, the whole self-expression thing here, Steve, granted, they're entitled to dress as they please. Well, the young lady, she had a flashy gold top on. It was about the size of a handkerchief, and it was hung on with some dental floss. And yeah, she was, I guess, as Knucklebuster would say, bodacious.
Okay.
That fits. Well, either way, as it progressed and whatnot, he got charged with closed circuit cameras and all the way. They tracked him down and such, and I'd never heard of these charges before, but either way, my thoughts were, man, Knucklebuster with them bodacious T-shirts that he's pushing all the time. If this young lady would have had access to one of them and a scissors, mind you, I could have seen her handing out pamphlets and such at the overnight drive booth down at the truck show, and maybe serving double time with your boss's booth there. But either way, yeah, Knucklebuster, he'd have been right front center, offering up to fit those to size and whatnot. A little bit more serious, a lot more serious now with the old Ukraine there. Saturday morning, my boys were bantering back and forth, and the youngest, he did time with the Air National Guard out of Milwaukee down here, and he said he could track there was 6 tankers hovering just off the Ukraine border. They're just kind of holding patterns and whatnot, so I don't know if they're possibly there just in case any Ukraine planes needed to top off or such. And technically, I don't know if they would be our planes or ally countries or where they would have been from. For the curiosity that they had their transponders on, but he said there was a reason. He was a crew chief on one of them. And but either way, so that was interest, but I never heard any more, and it would go hand in hand if the ally countries, were to get involved, they'd fall right into place there. But either way, kind of sound like, yeah, they're speculating they'll probably fall tonight, or I guess it's during the daytime over there now,
Yeah.
given that, given all that armament that was lined up, and poised to roll in. There's only so much defense, that country can put up, Let's see. Another on a pretty happy note. Our daughter-in-law, she sent a few photos right before I left for work here last night. Now, her and our granddaughter, they were showed pinning the new clusters on the U2 driver in our family. He's now a lieutenant colonel, so that was a pretty high moment in the family history, so to speak, and whatnot. So other than that, I guess there's other things I could dredge up, but so yeah.
Well, just how about a big congratulations? Congratulations to the son. That's big.
Yeah, that's cool. He says, well, that's the last promotion. It'll take him to retirement in I guess about 5 years now. So, but so either way, there, yeah, Knucklebuster. Given his exposure tonight, Steve, you may have to start forwarding some royalties to that boy. So either way, I'll cut myself loose here and make room for the next one and such.
All right.
Again after a while.
Scarecrow, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in again, and congratulations to the son. How about that? Pretty cool. About 16 before the hour. Jolly Green Giant. Let me see here. What's going on with Jolly Green this morning and all the cartoon characters out there?
Good morning, Steve. I want Moose to know that I had nothing to do with that Gilligan scheme. I personally believe that Fly Rod is behind all that. I agree with Moose. I think Gilligan's been hanging out with Fly Rod too darn long. Come on.
Yeah.
So that's about it. After that bridge, let's see, I'll be 72 years old by the time that sucker gets built. So I'll be long retired. So I figure I'm getting ready to hang it up here in about 3 years. And Sex Maniac is talking about hanging it up next year, but I don't believe Sex Maniac was ever going to be able to hang it up. He's got too many mouths he's got to feed, He just can't, all those dogs that he's got to take care of, But talking about Rambler texted me over the weekend Sunday, if I had a prayer request, and I would say that I definitely believe that we need to pray for the world, all that's going on over there in Russia and the Ukraine. I definitely believe from a serious note that we need to pray for those people over there that are, getting their butt kicked, or they're involved in a war that they don't want. I just hope to God that this whole world doesn't get involved in it. I do have a nephew that's a major in the Army. He's located in D.C. right now. So it wouldn't surprise me a bit if he gets activated and sent over there, and I just hope to God he doesn't. But I just think that this is something that's going on that we don't want. And I wish that Putin or whatever his name is would go back. I think he's as bad as Biden. I think we need to send him up to the Looney Tune farm, So that's really about all I got. I really didn't call last week. I was dealing with a lot of bad weather, and I seen someone killed on the highway, and I was having a hard time dealing with that. I was stuck there in Terre Haute, Indiana, Thursday night for a couple 2.5 hours. It's the only area on Interstate 70 that, for some reason, they have a hard time keeping that section of road clean. So a tractor trailer laid it over in both the lanes, blocking the highway. And then when they tried to open it back up. A driver in a cargo van, very similar to the Amazon cargo home delivery vans, was not paying attention, plowed into a flatbed, that was a dead stop on the highway that exploded into flames. Of course, Jolly Green was just going by when it bursted into flames, and I kind of knew that somebody got killed and found out the following day that they did. So I got to be honest with you, you know, driving truck for over 40 years, you know, it's like an everyday thing anymore, but it's still hard to accept. I mean, that individual, I mean, it just, by the time I went by, it just happened. I was having a hard time dealing with it. You know, it's just something that I personally don't want to see, and I imagine that Poppy and people like Poppy and our fire departments out there probably see this stuff more than I do, and I kind of feel for these individuals that are out there on the front line, you know. But that's all I got for tonight, Steve. I just wanted to say I have been listening. I've just been dealing with a lot of bad weather. So either way, have a good night.
All right.
Have a good night to all the cartoon characters out there.
Thank you for checking in. Yeah, the psychological impact, seeing things on the road. I mean, you know, I know of drivers that say they've seen things that pretty much took them off the road. They could not get back out there and drive again. But a quick time out here. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, let me see. I think it was Rainmaker. Was it Rainmaker? Whoever. Yeah, brought up the January 6th protester. Maybe it was Horse Feathers that had committed suicide. Yeah, I'm looking at the story here. A Trump supporter who was arrested charged with non-violent trespassing following the January 6th protest has committed suicide. According to his family, his suicide, as the Department of Justice was planning to tack on some extra charges. Matthew Perna was his name. Perna's passing confirmed by American Greatness reporter Julie Kelly. Now, at the age of 37, in December, he pleaded guilty to felony obstruction of Congress and 3 misdemeanor charges associated with his entry into the Capitol. He was scheduled for sentencing on March the 3rd, 2 days from now. But according to his family, they informed him the other day they were pursuing additional charges. He couldn't take another day. Wow. He was inside the Capitol building, they say, for about 20 minutes after the Capitol Police opened the doors, actually ushering protesters in. The Pennsylvania native was not accused of vandalism or any violent crime, simply trespassing-related offenses. Still, Perna and other non-violent protesters have been ruthlessly prosecuted by the Biden regime at the same time as BLM rioters have received lesser sentences if they were even convicted. I didn't know Matthew Perna. Haven't studied his case or accusations against him, but he killed himself, and I understand why, says the Walkaway founder in a statement. Brandon Straka. Like Perna, Straka has also been ruthlessly prosecuted by the Biden regime after he peacefully entered the Capitol building on that date. I had the same thoughts many times this past year, he said. The deafening silence of Republicans and conservative media for people being drugged through this hell is unbearable, says Straka. Close to 500 Americans have been charged in connection with the protest. The overwhelming majority have been charged with a violent crime, although multiple prison sentences have been handed down for non-violent convictions. But be honest about it, this is in stark contrast to the treatment of the BLM rioters, where over 90% of charges brought against rioters have been dismissed. Those riots, by the way, cost billions of dollars in property damage and left over 20 people dead. Why the different treatment? Let's head on down to Florida. Philip, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing today?
Not half bad. Are you ready? March is here. Ready or not?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm ready for it. Let's bring it on. Another day going down here to the Mouse House. Steve, I was kind of a little upset yesterday. I'd heard rumor about this, and I don't know if it's true or not. But do you know what an Antonov 225 is?
I have no clue.
Okay, well, the Ukraine has had it for years, and it was built in the Ukraine, and the biggest cargo plane ever built was the Antonov 225, and it's been used for years. I've seen it in Orlando many times. It was originally built for the Buran space shuttle, which was the Russian space shuttle, that their version of the space shuttle to hold that. And they mothballed it after the shuttle program went down, and they brought it back out and used it as a cargo plane about 15, 20 years after the program was canceled, and they brought it back. But there's only 2 of them in existence, and the one of them was had been under rehab, and they never made it back out. But this one here was the only one that was actually operational, and Putin decided he wanted to make an example of it, so he took it out in a hangar and just up by the other side of Kyiv in one of the airports. They had it sitting there in a hangar, and they took the hangars out in Florida. So it's kind of disappointing that he did that. I guess he did that as like a statement, as like, I got it off of you. They don't realize that airplane made them a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. We moved a lot of big stuff. I know in Orlando here, they used it a lot to move transformers. They used it a lot to actually pieces of buildings, satellites, just different things. That airplane is crazy. If you get a chance, check it out. It's an AN 225, but it was made by a company called Antoff, and it's a shame. But
so I saw when you brought when you said Antoff or AN225, I didn't recognize it by that. I saw a little blurb from Freight Waves this past day that it stated the plane was nicknamed Mariah, and then they had the blank. Was it Giant, Condor, Wonder, or Dream? Do you know what its nickname was?
Well, the nickname was called Mariah, but it's not pronounced Mariah. It's Mira. Mira, I think is. I'm not good with that language over there, but in that language, it means dream.
Okay.
Is what it means.
So the answer.
Dream.
So the answer was D. Dream. Okay, that's because I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, its nickname was I think it's Mira. Mira. I'm not sure. I'm not. I can't speak that language, but the translation for that word is dream in their language.
Interesting.
And that's what that meant. Yeah, and but the airplane was crazy big. I mean, I've seen big airplanes. This thing had 6 engines on it. If you parked one of our C-5As, which the C-117 is one of our biggest cargo planes that we have in our military fleet. The C-5A is probably the biggest that we have in our fleet, and this thing is bigger than the C-5A.
So it was a virtual. It was a monster.
On top of this airplane.
Wow.
It was a big airplane. I mean, there was, like I said, there's only 2 of them. There was one of them they were in the process of rebuilding, and I don't know if it got destroyed in that deal too. But this one here, it was the only one that was operational. I mean, it was a working piece. I mean, this thing constantly worked. I was really even surprised when I heard it was in Ukraine, because this thing stays out all the time, all across the world. I mean, when corporations need to move something, this thing goes and does it, and it does it crazy. I mean, just to see this thing was amazing. They would fly this airplane into town here in Orlando, and people would just go by Tradeport, which is where they had it at, just to go see it. I mean, I've never seen people it was like when this airplane was in town, you had to go see it. It's one of those things, like going and seeing a space shuttle or going and seeing something. It's just that big and that massive. So, but it's a shame. I just hope the Ukraine gets it together. I know I heard about the diplomatic meeting they had yesterday, which I knew that was going to fall through. Putin ain't going to stop until he's done whatever he wants to do. So, but Steve, did you hear anything about the cryptocurrency, that he's driving it up?
I hadn't heard anything about him driving it up. I do know there was some guy arrested for a big Ponzi scheme involving crypto yesterday, but no.
Well, I'll say this real quick before I go, but I had heard that he had drove cryptocurrency up because he's going to use that instead of money. And it's making a lot of the crypto investors thinking they're going to make a ton of money on it. And I know the banks are locking in to where they're not going to use it. So, or, not use crypto for it.
I did see where I know a bunch of the oligarchs, because, the oligarchs, the billionaires in Russia were trying to buy into cryptocurrency. I think not the Bitcoin, because the Bitcoin is pretty much, they're saying, believe it or not, it is traceable. And they're using, there's a couple of other cryptos that have, I guess, complete anonymity to them. All right, we got to get our news update here as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukraine's second largest city has been rocked by Russian shelling. Several are reportedly killed, while dozens more were injured. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky believes Russia is trying to pressure him into concessions. Delegations from both countries met on Monday for the first talk since Russia's invasion. After several hours, the two sides said they would meet again. Meanwhile, the General Assembly of the United Nations held its first emergency session in decades. Russia's UN mission was being expelled from the U.S. They were accused of spying. 5 people were killed in a church in California. The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office suspects the 3 children under 15 years old were killed by their father, who took his own life. No immediate details were released about the 5th person. A spokesman says that the shooting is being called a domestic violence incident. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work, because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items too at mypillow.com.
Europe's largest oil company says it will pull investments from Russia. Shell says it will exit a joint venture with Kremlin-owned Gazprom and related entities. The Dutch company also says it plans on ending involvement with Nord Stream 2, the pipeline to deliver natural gas to Western Europe. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz halted certifying the project after Russia invaded Ukraine. Shell joins BP, which announced on Sunday that it will sell its stake in Russian oil giant Rosneft. Republicans in Arizona want a judge to strike down the vote-by-mail system used by 90% of voters in the state. The lawsuit filed Friday argues that absentee voting is unconstitutional. At the very least, they are asking to get rid of the no-excuse absentee balloting system adopted in 1991. The suit is modeled on a similar lawsuit in Pennsylvania, where a court struck down the Commonwealth's 2-year-old mail voting law. Democratic Governor Tom Wolf's administration is appealing the decision. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The search for the origin of COVID-19 continues.
After people like Dr. Rand Paul, the senator of Kentucky, has spent the last 2 years talking about the possibilities of virus enhancement or gain-of-function research. In an interview with Fox News, Moderna CEO Stéphane Bancel said that is a possibility.
My scientists are looking into those data to see how accurate they are or not. As I've said before, the hypothesis of an escape from a lab by an accident is possible. Human makes mistakes. So is it possible that the Wuhan lab in China was working on viruses enhancement or gene modification, and then there was an accident where somebody was infected in the lab and then infected their families and friends? It is possible.
2 new studies that came out at the same time, one from the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention and the other from the University of Arizona, both back up this information. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
On Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 166 points, the Nasdaq was up 57 points, and the S&P 500 was off 11. Chris Licht has been appointed the future leader of CNN. He's running The Late Show with Stephen Colbert at the moment, but his news cred comes from running CBS This Morning and helping to create Morning Joe on MSNBC. Listen to news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. Camera back on here. Great to have you on board. Here comes a Tuesday, March 1. Welcome into our friends on the West Coast. Our number, 844-844-3388. Oh, he's still out there listening. He's always eavesdropping, just looking for an opportunity to find a lie. I can just assume, I'm speaking he being the one and only minister, the sinister minister, still out there listening in. All I can assume, because he's on Facebook and he made the comment, lie. You see, the term BLM came up. I guarantee his ears perked up just like that. What's he going to say about BLM? I'm going to get him this time. Yeah, he's done it before. I said 90% of the charges against BLM protesters were dropped. I'm not just making these things up. Not just something Steve Sommers said it, and that's a lie, according to Minister. I shared the link. Like I said, he's on Facebook, not YouTube. So if you're on YouTube and you're probably seeing the post, if I share something, it goes to both the Facebook or the YouTube. And you may be wondering, well, who's he talking to? What's he talking about? He's on the Facebook chat. Headline reads, from the London Guardian, not from the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive made-up page. And I quote, most charges against George Floyd protesters dropped, according to analysis. Some prosecutors and law enforcement observers say departments carried out mass arrests as crowd control tactics. But the heart of the story, the first is a photograph. Police officers making an arrest during a rally calling for justice over the death of George Floyd, June 1 of 2020. The summer of love, when billions of dollars of damage occurred, buildings destroyed, and again, 20 dead. Brooklyn prosecutors dropped 83% of 136 more serious criminal cases. Manhattan's prosecutor dropped about 64% of nearly 1,000 cases. The vast majority of citations and charges against protesters were ultimately dropped, dismissed, or otherwise not filed, according to the Guardian analysis of law enforcement records and media reports in a dozen jurisdictions around the nation. Some prosecutors and law enforcement observers charged that departments carried out mass arrests as a crowd control tactic, as a means to silence peaceful protesters, and as a public relations strategy designed to turn the public against demonstrators by making them appear more violent than they were. And what's more, some of the citing officers never witnessed the protests in the first place. In most of a dozen jurisdictions examined, at least 90% of cases were dropped or dismissed. In some cities like Dallas and Philadelphia, as many as 95% of citations were dropped or not prosecuted. In Houston, about 93% of citations were dropped. In Los Angeles, about 93% of citations were not filed. The prosecutor's office in San Francisco dismissed all 127 cases related to, quote, peaceful protest-related charges. Data for more serious citations were not available. Officials did not file charges for nearly all low-level offenses, like disobeying curfews, while they most often pursued cases with strong evidence of more serious crimes like assault or looting. Still, data shows a majority of felony charges were also dropped. Some prosecutors said it was due to a lack of evidence. The analysis does not include federal charges. The figures are estimates that will change as the remaining cases play out in court. Now, this particular story is dated 10 months old, more than 10 months old. But there's your facts. Now, what may have changed over the past 10 months? I can't give you an update. But I'm not just making random accusations or statements that are not truthful. Okay? 14 past the hour. Back to the phones we go. Who we got next here? Carl, I believe it is. Would that be correct? Morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Hanging with them.
I say I really love this new forum here. I can hear it wherever I'm at without losing signal. Boy, would I love to be in Minister's truck to see him crying right now, saying, facts, I mean facts. Not his facts, anyhow.
Right.
A couple things. I've been sitting around kind of watching some videos and stuff, and there was one driver that, I don't know if he was a company driver or a driver leased on to a company that had a Penske truck in the convoy there. And maybe it's been talked about and I missed it, but he was saying that somehow Penske seen his YouTube or Facebook page or something, and they contacted the company and told them that he had to get out of that convoy with a Penske truck or they'll electronically shut it down on him, which I was quite surprised to hear, considering they're into the trucking industry. And so he said, was it because of the sign? He'll put tape over Penske. And they said, no, that's nothing to do with it. You got to be out. Well, he ended up getting out of the convoy. But the other thing I was calling about is I also seen in Indianapolis, they are starting to put state troopers in the passenger seats of trucks and radioing ahead to aggressive drivers, to trucks.
Yep.
I thought it was actually pretty good. I don't know if it's been going on a while, and I'm late to the game, but they were saying that they had like 46 tickets given in like 3 hours going around the loop there in Indianapolis, and they're going to be doing a lot more stuff like that. So just to let people know, they are going to be in the passenger seats of truck watching aggressive drivers.
That's been something that's been used by different jurisdictions for a number of years. I mean, every so often you'll hear stories about that. I think down in Florida, they've actually got 2 semi-trucks that are actually owned by like the State Patrol or whatever. And then they use those out there. There's a number of states that actually have semi-trucks in their police departments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been out here for many years, but I guess I'm kind of quiet, just kind of sit back and do my own thing, and so I miss out on a lot of that kind of stuff, I guess.
Sure.
But I'm glad you're back. On a good forum anyhow, where we can listen to you wherever we're at.
Hey, it's always great to have you. Thank you.
All I got.
Thank you for chiming in this morning, Carl. Great to hear from you. State troopers in the trucks. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. What else we got under the industry headlines? Two killed in a single truck crash, Texas, Sunday morning. Abilene, a little before 8 o'clock in the morning. According to the Big Country homepage, a semi was headed east on Interstate 20 at mile marker 286 when it suddenly veered into the center median, narrowly avoided an oncoming car, then struck the pillar head-on at FM 600. The semi exploded on impact. Neither the driver nor the passenger were able to escape. Both died at the scene. Now, they said there was some minor damage done to the columns and the beams of the bridge, but engineers determined that stretch of road was safe to reopen. Both westbound and eastbound lanes of 20 under the bridge did indeed reopen. Some of the clearance signs were charred in the flames, will need to be replaced, and the asphalt at the side of the crash will have to be restriped. But investigation of the crash still underway. At press time from the report from CDL Live, the driver and the passenger had not yet been identified. I guess pending notification of family and whatnot. But then speaking of truck fires, firefighters responding to a major fire at a Wisconsin trucking company over the weekend. Also Sunday, about 9:40 a.m., authorities responded to reports of a semi-truck fire at Holland Trucking, the Holland terminal there in Tomah, Wisconsin. By the time the fire department arrived, 2 trucks were fully engulfed. Several others had caught fire due to the radiant heat. Firefighters were able to knock down the blaze within about 2 hours. All said and done, 5 trucks totally destroyed. A 6th was heavily damaged by the fire there. Still trying to determine the cause of that fire. But the Holland terminal, 19 past the hour. All right, just jump on board. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You know, also while scouring through some of the comments, I think most of them come on the YouTube side. Anybody know what these posts mean? Because there's a bunch of them this morning, and I see they pop up every night. They have absolutely no meaning to me, but just a few of them, like some some poster named Ethan this morning. Post VUR.FYI. Thinking, what the hell is that? A few minutes later, some poster named Lamont types capital VU small M dot capital TO small D capital AY. Boom today. Are these bots or something maybe that are just scouring through the chat rooms and what? Coronin says capital VUN dot R capital R small E capital NT. What the hell are all these things? Agatha was the latest few minutes up. VOR.RED. They may be bots. I just look at 23 past the hour, but I see them every night. Anybody ever get a response from them? Well, let's have a chat. Knucklebuster back on board. Yes, sir. What you got?
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. The FYI is for your info. I don't know what that other stuff is, so that's new to me there. I can Google it. When you cross the, talking about the stripes being burned off the highway there, when you cross the stripes there and you hear that ying, you know what that is?
It's to wake your ass up because you're probably dozing off.
Oh yeah, it's little glass balls they put in the paint there. They take broken glass down there at Brownwood, Texas, and ship it over to Manchester, Georgia, over at Sherwin-Williams. They put it in the paint, and then they spray it out there on the road when you cross that stripe, and it goes ying. That's some little glass balls in there trying to wake you up there, right? Huh. Tennessee's got a semi over in Knoxville. They use it. And people don't even pay no attention to that thing. They pass them, play them with them phones and everything else. And then state troopers up there pull them over there, right? Mr. Rambler, last time I was in Mardi Gras was a long time ago. I was a young man. Well, that's okay. Steve, them preachers, they like that sex too. If they didn't like that sex, then where'd all them little Christians come from, Steve?
Okay.
And they're like Chris there. Chris, they got a lot of kids there, and Bible
kids.
says you to be fruitful and multiply there.
Yes.
It just doesn't say it's a one-man job, right? I don't know how many kids Rambler's got. Rambler's probably got quite a few. Most of them preachers got a bunch of kids there running around. On January the 6th, they ain't never going to find out the truth on all that there. I shared with you what one of my family members saw up there.
Yeah.
And this family member of mine's a police officer, and they didn't arrest them, so because they didn't do anything wrong there. That cargo plane, who owned it? UPS?
Now that I'm not sure. No, I mean I saw the photograph of it, but I mean UPS, all their planes are marked with the UPS logo, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. Buster Brown says they run the tightest ship in the shipping business. So I just want to know where they park that big brown ship out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, now back when we was all listening to WLW and Riding the Wave with Dave was on there on a Saturday morning there, Eagle called in to Dave, and Dave got him laughing so hard he realized it was Minister. So is Eagle Minister or Minister Eagle? I don't know which way, but I think you're being duped myself there. So anyway, that's all my baloney for today, Steve. So, or will I call in that loneliest hour? We ain't quite done for the day, are we?
We got about 90 minutes.
It's going to be a long night.
Got a little bit yet to fill here. Yes, we do. All right, let's go, Brandon. There you go. Thank you. Gary's on board. Just joined in here a little bit ago, about 5 minutes ago. Get a late start, Gary. He said, morning all. Let's go, Brandon. FJB. It is 844-844-3388. I mentioned I did have a cryptocurrency story here. That's a federal grand jury that indicted the founder of a cryptocurrency investment and trading platform, charges related to fraud and creating a global Ponzi scheme. There's another Ponzi scheme deal. 36-year-old Indian national Satish Kambani, the founder of BitConnect. I'm not into the crypto stuff, but somebody like Inbred Redneck or maybe High Tech, hell, Spaceman's been dabbling in some of this stuff. It's an online trading platform for investors to exchange their virtual currencies. This guy apparently misled investors about BitConnect's lending operations, which were said we're using proprietary technology that would give crypto investors large returns on market transactions. Now, this is the way the Ponzi scheme worked. He paid initial investors with money being made from later investors, lied about the worth of the platform's own cryptocurrency, which was called BitConnect Coin. He, along with other co-conspirators, also charged with evading U.S. financial regulations. This indictment says it was a massive cryptocurrency scheme that defrauded investors of more than $2 billion. U.S. Attorney's Office and law enforcement partners are more and more pursuing justice for victims of cryptocurrency fraud. Now, if you've noticed, you're hearing more news and then more headlines about cryptocurrency-related fraud and financial crimes. It was just a few weeks ago. The couple of New Yorkers that were charged, money laundering related to a hack into Bitfinex, the largest seizure of cryptocurrency in U.S. histories, confiscating over $3.6 billion worth of crypto at the time of that seizure. Which again, in my mind, leads me to just not being able to grasp. They say, well, this is blockchain technology. It's all new. You can't. There's no hacking into this. There's no way you can get away with anything, supposedly, with the blockchain technology. Everything's on a ledger, right? Somehow, people are getting away with some of this stuff. That's all I know, based on the charges. But it's all still Greek to me. All right, with that, we are news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
5 are dead in a shooting that took place at a California church. Among the deceased are 3 children under the age of 15 and their father, who is not only the suspect, but also turned a gun on himself. Sergeant Rod Grassman with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office tells television station KTXL that there is no threat to the general public.
It seems that they all knew each other. This was not a random sort of shooting. And it was, at this point, the information that I have was a more domestic, violent sort of situation.
The shooting happened early Monday evening in the main sanctuary of the church in Sacramento. The investigation is underway. Mixed day on Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 166 points, the Nasdaq was up 57 points, and the S&P 500 was off by 11 points. This is USA Radio News.
Energize Health.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the War 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes the Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Yeah, Eagle earlier mentioned if Donald Trump were president, I do not believe Vladimir Putin would be moving on Ukraine as he is. Yeah, you're right there with the majority of people, Eagle. 62% of registered voters believe Putin would not have invaded Ukraine if Trump were still in office. According to the Harvard Center for American Political Studies Harris poll. All right, let's see. They surveyed 2,026 registered voters. They also found 38% believe Putin would have attacked Ukraine anyways. But of the 62% who said the invasion would not have happened under a Trump administration, 85% identified as Republicans, 38% as Democrats. There was no reported margin of error or a probability confidence interval with this particular poll. It's just an online sample drawn from the Harris panel. 59% said they believe Putin is acting because they see President Biden as weak. 41% did not see that as a factor. Go back to February the 22nd when Trump said the invasion would never have happened if he were still president. If properly handled, there was absolutely no reason that the situation currently happening in Ukraine should have happened at all, was his statement. I know Vladimir Putin very well, and he would have never done during the Trump administration what he is doing right now. No way. They pretty much said Biden's energy policies has made Russia and Putin rich. He's become very, very rich during the Biden administration, with oil prices doubling, soon to be tripling, and maybe even quadrupling. And the weak sanctions that at the time he had in place were insignificant relative to taking over a country and a massive piece of strategically located land. Now it has begun. Oil prices are going higher and higher, and Putin is not only getting what he always wanted, but getting, because of the oil and gas surge, richer and richer. Yeah, that was prior to all the various sanctions that have now been levied, not only on some of the Russian banks, but even the Russian central bank, which I guess that was a pretty significant hit that Putin's going to take, that was implemented this past day. All right, back to the calls here, and would that be the Carolina Monkey Gouger? Hey there.
Well, hello there. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Happy first day of March, Monkey Gouger.
Yeah, you know what today is?
March 1st. What is it?
Today is Fat Tuesday, buddy. It's party all day long.
Oh, yeah, that's what this. So it is March. So like we got Fat Tuesday that leads into Ash Wednesday, right?
Yeah, there's gonna be a party going on like nobody's business. You can bet they're gonna be getting on down yonder in the Mardi Gras town.
Oh boy.
Steve, I got to see this convoy rolling across America twice this week. And I'm going to tell you something, man. It is awesome to see the people that turn out in support of this convoy going across America right now. Overhead bridges lined up. I mean, the other day when they come in to Amarillo, out there by the Cadillac Ranch, and anybody runs I-40 know where the Cadillac. I mean, there was people lined up down the street, overpasses, American flags going everywhere. I mean, it's something to see. I'm glad I got to witness it. And then I seen them when they rode into Oklahoma City. I think it was Sunday that they rolled through. Yeah, it was Sunday when they rolled through there. And same reception, just lines and lines of trucks, campers, buses, little kids standing out there waving the American flag, giving the thumbs up to the truckers, people cheering. I mean, it just everywhere they go, they're getting a big reception.
Yep.
It's showing that America's had enough of this idiocracy that's going on up yonder in Washington. I mean, it's just something. Steve, it's just something to see. Words can't describe what these men and women are doing. I'm in support of them. But tonight, I laid down and went to sleep, waiting to come over here to deliver, and phone rang. It was Debbie, and boy, she was on fire.
Uh-oh.
And I said, oh, hell. I said, what's wrong with you? She said, you tell your trucking buddies that you give them your phone number, quit calling the damn house at 1:30 in the morning. I said, all right, who called you? She said, one of them want you to go to Washington. And I said, all right, who was it? She told me. I said, I'll call them. So this buddy of mine that I hadn't been in contact with in 3 or 4 years. I mean, we're good friends, but during the trucking life, we just don't get to see one another communicate. And I lost his mobile phone. He lost mine, so he said, I'll just call the house. Well, that was the wrong thing to do. Debbie lit him up. But anyway, he said, hey, Bo, said, you in that convoy? I said, no. I said, I'm unloading in the morning and we'll go home the rest of the week, shut down, show solidarity. He says, let's go to Washington. I said, go to Washington. He said, yeah, let's go to Washington. He said, get my pickup and let's go up there and see what's going to happen. And I said, well, Bubba, I said, I got to kind of. I ain't gonna say yay or nay at this time. Let me see what I got to get done at the house, and we'll make a decision tomorrow afternoon. So, if I can get it approved with the boss lady, I'm gonna go up there. Me and him and another gentleman's gonna ride up there just to see what's going on. And we're seeing already the barricading the streets. And Steve, this is what I can't figure out. And you touched on it a while ago. This BLM, they let them run wild in the street, burn, tear up, and everything else. But here's a bunch of American truckers, peaceful protest. It's taking place, and I don't think all the way across America so far, knock on wood, that there's been one incident involving this convoy. So why are they denying us of our rights to come into Washington and peacefully protest?
Mm-hmm.
That's the question I got. If anybody can give me an answer, I appreciate it. But I'm tired of this double standard in America right now, and a lot of other people are too, and they're showing it. I mean, Steve, have you seen the pictures of this thing as it's going across
absolutely.
America?
Yeah, I shared one of the links that had about 15 or 18 pictures attached earlier. It's amazing.
It's amazing, and to witness it is even more amazing. So if we decide to go up there, I'll give you a buzz and let you know what takes place up there. I want to go and everything, and we're gonna go out and stay. He was saying stay 2 days, let them get up there and get in there, and let's see what happens. And I'll give you a report on what's going on. But other than that, everything's going on. Hey, did you see the domination of them Chevrolets Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, what a turnabout from Daytona, huh?
Oh boy, they fine-tuned them, buddy, and they put a ass whooping on them, baby. And they sent them Jaffa crappers all the way to the back. Said, "Get out the way, we coming." I was really impressed with what I've seen, and Tyler Reddick really put on a show up this Sunday, driving for RCR. So. Anyway, I was glad to see the reinsurgence of Chevrolet come back at this race and put it on them really good. And so we're going back on out of here, buddy. And like I say, we get up there, I'll give you a buzz, let you know what we see.
All right. Well, I'm curious as to, if they're going to be rolling in what I'm seeing. The plan is just pretty much leave out of Hagerstown, Maryland, whatever, and then kind of roll around the Beltway. But they don't have plan on actually going into D.C. Do you think some of them are going to actually break away and try to go into downtown D.C.?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think that at this point nobody's going to get stupid up there. I really don't. I think they want to keep it peaceful, send a message, and I hope the people up there in the D.C. area get out on the overpasses with the American flags and everything. And signal to Washington, hey, look, we're tired of your stupidity. It's hard to tell, Steve, what could happen up there once they get up there. But the understanding it was just to go around the Beltway and show solidarity in the trucking community.
That's
That's about it. So, anyway, buddy, we're going back on out of here and let somebody else get in here.
Thank you for checking in, Monkey Gouger. Yeah, I'd love to get live reports, hands-on reports from the convoy, especially when they get closer to D.C. Going back even, I guess this was here, on the 25th? Somebody shared this with me this past day from the ABC affiliate there out of D.C. If you've driven around the D.C. area lately, you may have noticed buses, trucks, and police lined up by the Capitol on exit ramps or near the Pentagon along Army-Navy Drive near the Pentagon for 3 days last week. Around 15 Metro buses have been parked every day, most of them empty, but some with drivers sitting on standby. Some were even blocking parking garages for area residents, causing a nuisance last Friday morning. 7 News wants to know why and pressed Metro officials for answers. In a statement, officials said, "We have some Metro buses on standby in partnership with our federal, state, and local partners to provide resources for any potential law enforcement strategic response measures." They're on standby to potentially help block city streets in downtown Washington should the truck convoy head there. 7 News reached out to 8 different agencies and offices, but are being given very little information about questions we have. Among them, why, if you include the trucks in D.C., so many people are being paid to stand by when the largest convoy is thousands of miles away. The convoy is expected to arrive March 5 and 6, while neither group has said they're going into D.C. proper. Their presence could cause some traffic concerns, but officials are also preparing for security measures in regards to the State of the Union. Of course, large vehicles like tractor trailers have been banned from the area near the Capitol since not long after September 11 in 2001. Dump trucks are on hand to try to block streets to make sure truck convoys headed to D.C. do not violate that ban. Garbage trucks are also being used alongside police vehicles to block off areas near the U.S. Capitol. Also, dump trucks and police are on standby at exits off of 395. All right, we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, by the way, for our travelers out west, forecasters tell us Some of the drought-stricken areas there, even in the southwestern U.S., may pick up some beneficial rain as this soaking storm that's been unloading over the northwest makes some progress further south and east. Now, even areas that do not experience precipitation will see some major changes in the temperature roller coaster ride. Now, after stormy weather pounds the Pacific Northwest early this week, that same moisture driving some heavy rain will shift south and east by midweek. That southward shift will allow moisture and some wet weather to spread over more of Oregon by Wednesday, pushing into much of Northern California by Thursday. Over this past weekend, Owl Mountain and the Olympic National Park in Washington recorded a 3-day rainfall of 4.5 inches. Wow, a lot of rain. Now, southwest cities will go from experiencing dry weather and above-average temperatures early in the week to some unsettled weather and near normal, even below normal highs later this week. Places like L.A. and Phoenix are expected to record some daytime highs well into the 80s by later today, March 1. 10 to 15 degrees above normal for the first week of March. Nearly all of the Southwest, of course, is experiencing at least moderate to severe drought conditions. So they could really use some of that rainfall. I know Heat Wave's been talking for the last several months about the need for some moisture out there. Looks like Wednesday night into Friday, second half of the week, places like Medford, Oregon, Redding, California, will receive some much-needed precipitation. Both of those cities were bone dry last month. I mean, just a couple hundredths of an inch of rain for the month of February. But temperatures are definitely going to be notching down. Los Angeles will struggle to reach even the mid-60s by Friday of this week. Now, that's a few notches below average for L.A., as the cooler air arrives, rain and snow begins to move southward. Some of the storm's impacts will be far from over after it spreads across the west. Widespread impacts are expected from the plains all the way to the northeast. So I guess that's going to be our next big storm system that could bring some severe weather to parts of the southern plains later this week as that all unfolds there. Hey, we'll get to the Dipsy Driver coming up here. Is that Shadow Chaser? Shadow somebody on the line. Big Sexy. And, that's good. Chubby Guy. Chubby Guy. Otherwise known as Chevy Guy. I guess they both fit, right? All that coming up in our final hour here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Law enforcement in California investigating a church shooting. Sergeant Rod Grassman with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office says it happened early Monday evening in the main sanctuary of the church in Sacramento.
There was apparently a church or worker upstairs in this building. They heard a shot and then more shots. They left that building. Called us. 5 people are dead. Among the deceased are 3 children under the age of 15 and the father of the children, who Grassman says took his own life. Another adult was also killed. 12 members of the Russian mission at the United Nations are getting kicked out of the country. U.S. officials accused them of spying. On Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 166 points. The Nasdaq was up 57. This is USA Radio News.
Trust. Maybe a small word, but with huge ramifications. At Fellowship Home Loans, we want to be the mortgage lender that you trust.
Fellowship realizes that trust is earned and can easily be lost. That is why we listen not only to the wants, but also strive to understand the need.
Take a look at our Google reviews and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. But that's just the beginning. What matters is you.
Give us a chance to earn your trust, not just your business. Fellowship Home Loans, 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We will listen and put together a plan to help make your dreams come true. Fellowship Home Loans, 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or fellowshiphomeloans.com.
Fellowship Home Loans. Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
Several people were killed and many more were injured as Ukraine's second largest city was hit with some of the heaviest shelling since Russia began their invasion last week. The bombardments occurred as Russian and Ukraine delegations held talks for the first time since the invasion began. The two sides talked for several hours and agreed to talk some more at a later date. On the business side, Shell has announced it will exit its partnership with Russian natural gas giant Gazprom. It joins BP, which announced on Sunday it will sell its stake in Russian oil giant Rosneft. California, Oregon, and Washington jointly announced that children will no longer need to wear a mask to school. The school mask mandates will lift in those states on March the 12th. The governors in the three states say the decision of whether schools will have to mask up now rests with local districts. California will no longer require face masks for most indoor settings starting on Tuesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
A request from the Ukrainian prime minister to keep the country online during the invasion was accepted.
Tesla and SpaceX founder and CEO Elon Musk has announced that the company's Starlink internet satellites are now active in Ukraine as the country suffers significant power outages due to Russia's invasion. Ukraine's vice prime minister asked Musk to provide internet service to the country amid Russian attacks, and Musk delivered, according to Twitter exchanges between the two. Starlink is a satellite-based internet constellation intended to blanket the planet in high-speed broadband and could potentially bring connectivity to billions of people who still lack reliable internet access. The idea requires swarms of satellite operating in low Earth orbit about 340 miles high, in SpaceX's case, to provide continuous coverage. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
More than a dozen Cuban nationals were taken into federal custody after they made landfall in a homemade boat in the Florida Keys. According to a Border Patrol agent, the nationals were part of a maritime smuggling event. A new AP NORC poll is showing that American worries about COVID-19 is fading away. Just 24% of those polled say they were extremely or very worried about themselves or a family member contracting COVID-19. That's down from 36% from December and January, when the Omicron variant caused a spike in cases. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Comes our final hour here on a Tuesday morning as we enter the month of March 1. Here it comes. And back to your calls. Dipsy Driver, what's happening this morning?
Oh, hey, good morning, Steve.
Just wanted to mention, I love that the legendary Big Moose, his jingle there at the bottom of the hour.
You like that?
I find myself, singing that to myself during the daytime. Also, well, I call him the big-hearted Moose for what he did for the Carolina Monkey Gouger, with the fifth wheel, I believe it was, and what he would do for any of the drivers out on the road. I think you mentioned one time he drove all the way out to Salt Lake City to help out a fellow driver.
Sure did.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Also, Monkey Gouger, there's no way that, or not Monkey Gouger, I'm sorry, Knuckle Buster, there's no way that the American Eagle and the Minister are the same person. I remember it might have been 3-4 years ago when you were on 700 there, and American Eagle called in, and I guess Minister either saw his truck or heard him on the CB.
Yeah.
And got on the CB, wanted to meet up with him, and the American Eagle wanted nothing at all to do with that. So they're definitely not the same person. This is something that Heatwave brought up a few weeks back, about courtesy on the roads. And even today, I was driving out to Lansing. It's only a 2-lane freeway, and, two lanes on each side. And, normally you come up on a semi, you're going to get over, past them. But I see these cars, they get over, get next to the semi, and it might be the drafting, but they just stay next to them. And then this truck's coming up on maybe another truck that's going a little bit slower, and the car just stays there. Why not either tap the brake or tap the gas and get out of the way? Because it takes, 5 or 10 times longer for that driver to get back up to speed, and he's burning 5 to 10 times more fuel to get back up to speed. It's just a win-win for everybody. Just let them go by. He'll get back over, and you can continue on your way. I just don't get that. And nowadays, usually you'll get a beep of the horn, or maybe they'll tell you you're number one. If you mess up, people are people. You're only human. You're going to mess up. But nowadays, you don't even get a beep of the horn. You get a shot of a gun. So you got to be careful out there. And I really feel for the drivers. I really do. But I know you're getting, winding down your show, which is a great show, by the way.
Thank you.
And I'll let someone else get back on. All right, Steve, good to talk to you again.
Thank you for chiming in. Have a great morning, Dipsy Driver. There you go. So Target announcing this past day they're raising their starting wage for some to $24 an hour. Minneapolis-based retailer said the increase will apply to hourly workers at their discount stores, supply chain facilities, and the headquarters. Now, back in 2020, they set their minimum wage at $15. That remains in place, but Target said some workers will qualify for higher starting pay based on the nature of their job and the prevailing competitive wages in their local markets. Target now employs more than 350,000 workers over 1,900 stores, said the hike in some starting wages is part of their plan to spend an additional $300 million on their workforce. That investment also includes expanding access to health care benefits for hourly workers, starting next month in April. Under the plan, hourly employees who work a minimum average of 25 hours a week will be eligible to enroll in a company medical plan. That's down from the previous requirement of 30 hours per week. They're also shortening the waiting period for eligible hourly team members to enroll in the medical plan. Depending on the position, employees will be able to get comprehensive health care benefits in 3 to as much as 9 months sooner. You'll also get faster access to the 401k plan. The competition is fierce. More and more retailers, restaurant chains moving to that $15 an hour minimum rate. Amazon raised their starting wage to $15 in 2018. Best Buy jumped up to $15 in 2020. Walmart, of course, said in September, workers who handled the front end of the store, food and general merchandise units will get at least $1 an hour increase to $12 per hour. That pay raise would cover 565,000 Walmart workers. The retailers all struggling to find employees on a national level. Is that the Shadow Chaser?
Joe.
Joe, okay.
Online.
Well, okay, what's going on?
Steve?
Doing all right. What's happening, Joe?
I just sitting here killing time. I was just going to let the monkey gouger know if he's going in a personal vehicle, they can just ride right up there and going up 395 and pick a spot there on the National Mall because they don't want to be on that beltway and all that mess. I used to travel all around there all the time in and out of that city and like horse feathers. There's not too many roads you want trucks in and out of that city on. That beltway's going to be one heck of a big mess.
But at least it'll be a Saturday, so I guess that's probably half the traffic that you normally see on a regular workday.
Yes and no. Some Saturdays that place gets pretty jammed up too. I don't know. I think it's too early for the cherry blossom thing going on. I think it's too early for that, but it gets jammed up around there pretty much too. It's just I've been on and off there, like I say, Sunday through Saturday. Used to haul a lot of mulch in that area in and out of DC, and it's not a good time anytime really. I hope they make a good point though. Anyway.
So this, Joe, I'm looking, you are the Joe that called in late last week. I guess I'm looking here, it says Thursday was your first call. I knew I had taken the number down here, so I guess that answers my question. I neglected to forward your number to Kyle. That's why you haven't got your code yet. So I will do that this morning. I've got you and I got Toby from last night. I'll get him your number.
That's okay, buddy. I appreciate it.
I had jotted it down here on I ran out of Post-it notes and I just kind of stuck it under the computer and I was looking this past evening. I said, hey, I think that was Joe Self. That's you, right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay. All right. So I got you covered. All right. Just patience. All right. I appreciate that.
No problem, buddy. You take care. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you. There's call number 2 from Joe. There you go. And we're looking at 15 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Hi, out here delivering papers. I sent you an email a while ago. Have you seen that?
I saw the headline. Memphis firefighter killed in
West Memphis.
West Memphis, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on his way to Pine Bluff for a training deal and stopped to help an accident or something and got hit. Killed. If I'm not mistaken, there's a truck that hit him.
Yeah, it says struck by an 18-wheeler passing by. Wow, he was young too, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he was. He was just starting, really, just starting his career with the West Memphis Fire Department. He was on the way to EMT training class.
I'll be darned.
At Pine Bluff at the academy. So, but I didn't know if you'd seen that or not. Other than that, I hadn't checked in this week. This is my first night out here. I run Tuesday through Saturday, so I'm not out here on Monday night. But I was listening part of the time when I could stay awake last night. kept nosing in and out.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll back out here and let somebody else have a chance at it. I just want to make sure you saw that.
Yeah, the heads up. Yep, I had not seen that story prior to you sending it my way. But yeah, over the weekend, West Memphis firefighter killed. I guess he had just joined the force in December. So yeah, Jason Lang, joining the force December 21, was en route to an EMT clinical training class in Pine Bluff when he stopped to help at an accident scene. While providing assistance, he was struck and killed by an 18-wheeler passing by. Just another one of those scenarios that happens way too often. I don't know, just too many drivers got their head up their derriere. I don't know what it is. Not paying attention to the road in front of them. We'll return in 2 here. A Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to the phones. We're going. Let's jump over to the chubby guy. What's going on, chubby guy? Wait a minute. The computer didn't pick him up. Come on. There he is.
Well, I can qualify. I'll qualify for that one. That's good. Yeah, I was sorry about. I dropped earlier this morning. I called about the president of Ukraine signing that fast-track membership to the EU. I'm thinking, well, here you go. That's how we get involved. But I was really, it's amazing. You saw civilians laying in front of a Russian tank to keep them from coming in their city. And then I don't know what happened after that. They cut off. But oddly enough, on that Fox News channel, it's a local Fox News station, sort of liberal like the rest of them. It was 15 minutes into the program before they covered that part of the news. Before then, it was all COVID.
It was all masks, demasking, children masks over the new regulations, whatever. So that was sad. Part of what I want to call about is the Laura Ingraham. Before I shut down yesterday, I was listening to Laura Ingraham, and they're going after Trudeau. There's all kinds of complaints over him calling for that Powers Act. I call it the Wars Powers because that's what they were calling it in the beginning. They changed the name of it. The people in the parliament, judges, everybody's going after him over that, which is possibly good. Maybe these truckers will get their trucks back. Unfortunately, they'll probably get stuck with the tow bills. But enjoying many Facebook news feeds coming at me with the protests and the people standing on the bridge. One of them I got a kick out of. It was a bridge, and it was all women standing there, video, and they were just at the head of the line. For cop cars was leading the pack. I think it was in Oklahoma, but one woman's heard saying, "I know how we get them to blow their horn. We could flash our boobies." I said, "Oh, good Lord!" So we need a booby report, man. I want to know how many guys is flashing their horn because of that. Women. I enjoy women that know their power. But that was so funny. But it didn't look like they really wanted to do it because they all had real heavy coats on. But they were showing on the overpass, the people on the overpass, the flags. They were showing them coming in and out of the overnight stays, and food was getting ready for them. I just hope that the people, wherever that politician said to take their trucks and give them away. I hope that politician isn't a politician much anymore. Because if he'd do it to the next man, he would do it to you. We are living in an amazing time, and I just wanted to share on that. Well, basically, I wanted to share about that lady on the bridge. I heard no men there, so on that bridge. And there you go. But I'll tell you what. Listen, I bump heads every now and then, but I want to tell you what. Everybody that talks about him on here, telling the truth. Man's got a big heart. He's not greedy, and I believe in a day we lose him, he'll be a legend. But he's probably close we've ever seen to a living legend in our time. He is who he is, and I still don't think I could invite him over to my dinner table. So bump heads. I ain't good for him. He ain't good for me, but I can acknowledge what he does good and what he's done good for this program, what he's done good for the trucking, and what he's done good for his friends. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
He'd probably be afraid you'd try to poison him if you invited him over for dinner, but...
Hey, I can't help it. I'm just now learning how to cook. You know what I'm saying?
All right, chubby guy. Thanks for checking in. At 25 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We've seen all kinds of varying schemes to disguise drugs to get them into this country. And this one was, I guess, a little rather unique. Nearly $3 million worth of methamphetamine seized from a truck in California over the weekend. The Otay Mesa port of entry. According to the Customs and Border Protection, 46-year-old truck driver entered the checkpoint with a shipment manifested as onions. That's pretty common coming across the border. While he was referred for a more intensive examination, during that exam, the canine team searched the truck. The dog alerted to potential contraband. Officers then searched the load and discovered nearly 1,200 onion-shaped white packages of methamphetamine that were actually mixed in with the onions. Now, they probably figured the onion smell would maybe distract the canines from being able to catch the scent of the methamphetamine. But looking at the photographs, the spherical white packages had been very well packaged to blend in with the shipment. 1,336 pounds of methamphetamine discovered amongst the onions. Street value $2.9 million. According to the CBP Director of Field Operations in San Diego, this was not only a clever attempt to try and smuggle in narcotics, one I have not seen before, but it was also a very time-consuming job to wrap these narcotics in these small packages designed to look like onions. Now, this goes to show how effective our officers are, and as a response, the lengths that drug trafficking organizations are willing to go to as they try to smuggle narcotics into this country. Now, we have certainly seen narcotics in produce before, but it's very unusual to see this level of detail in the concealment. So there were actual bags, like 5-pound bags of onions, and many of them were the actual methamphetamine, blended in pretty well to the naked eye. All right, coming up here, we'll get our news break just ahead. Let me get to Scott. I think wants to talk about the truck convoy. Morning, Scott. What's happening?
Hey, how you doing, Steve? First-time caller. Been listening to your show a few weeks now. Just got a couple little things to say with that convoy. So they're going to D.C. Do you think that they're building all these walls and all that up there? Do you think that if it was immigrants coming up there, that they'd have all them walls built? And then also, I heard a rumor. I drive a lot of midnights. I listen to you. I drive Monday through Thursday. I'm off Thursday morning. But do you think, or I heard that they had labeled these truck drivers coming up there as domestic terrorists. I don't know how true it is. I was going to look into it today when I got on my half-hour break, but that was the talk yesterday. I heard at a truck stop these guys were talking about how Sleepy Joe had labeled these this convoy as, if they come up there and, I don't know if they anticipate them causing problems, they label them domestic terrorists.
Yeah.
That's basically what I wanted to ask and talk to you about this morning, really.
Well, my take is that that's pretty much taken a page right out of Justin Trudeau's book. He called them, first of all, he called them a fringe minority of improper thinking individuals. And obviously what was a fringe minority turned out to be a whole lot larger group than he expected. But yeah, he ended up having to declare the Emergencies Act, and I think they're just preparing, if indeed some of these do make their way like into D.C. direct and down toward the Capitol building, he'll probably almost immediately declare them as domestic terrorists. And I mean, you can't help but wonder. You see, they've got their garbage trucks, they've got their dump trucks, but all those buses, those buses could serve as a dual purpose. Yes, they could be used to block exits at an interchange or whatever, but they could also be used to round up lots of people to bus them off somewhere else.
Sure. All right, Steve. Well, I appreciate taking my call. Let somebody else get. I just wanted to say that, and I'll be calling here more in the future, man. Great show. I appreciate it. Like I said, a couple of weeks I've been listening. Somebody turned me on to it, and I'm turning other friends onto it, man. This is probably one of the best radio shows I've heard.
Hey, so you're a first-time caller then, Scott, correct?
Yep, sure am.
Well, hang on. I'm taking your number down here. First time call. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products yet? Are you familiar with them?
I am familiar. I got friends actually that do a lot of race and stuff like that, and so I am familiar with Hot Shot products.
All right, so I don't have to explain how they all work, but yeah, I've got your number down here. I'll get you on with the other two guys, get you a first-time caller code, $60 value. Just go to hotshotsecret.com, and you'll enter that code at checkout and get you some products. And then maybe in coming days or weeks, you can call us and tell us what a difference it made in your vehicles.
Awesome. Sure. Will do.
Sounds like a plan. All right, Scott, don't be a stranger. And there you go. News break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
5 are dead in a shooting that took place at a California church. Among the deceased are 3 children under the age of 15 and their father, who is not only the suspect, but also turned a gun on himself. Sergeant Rod Grassman with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office tells television station KTXL that there is no threat to the general public.
It seems that they all knew each other. This was not a random sort of shooting. And it was, at this point, the information that I have was a more domestic, violent sort of situation.
The shooting happened early Monday evening in the main sanctuary of the church in Sacramento. The investigation is underway. Mixed day on Wall Street Monday, the Dow was down 166 points, the Nasdaq was up 57 points, and the S&P 500 was off by 11 points. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the War 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, couple from the email bag. First off, is that Doughboy? Yeah, Doughboy checking in. Steve, do you know how fast the convoy's moving? I want to try to be in Dayton when they come through on the overpass. I want to be up there with my American flag. I mean, based on the videos I've seen, Doughboy, I think it looks like they're rolling 45, 50. I mean, yeah, they're definitely not, trying to impede traffic or anything. But yeah, they're going a couple 100 miles a day. So yeah, I mean, look at some of the other videos. Yeah, you get ample opportunity to get up there, and they're honking their horns as they go through, saying hi to the people. The more people they have up there, the prouder that makes them feel, right? Now, let me see. Got an email from Kim. I'm in South Carolina. There are several groups meeting in different parts of the South. And they had a meeting in Casey over the weekend, and they actually had so many supplies donated that they had to call in people with trailers to carry, because most of the truckers that were going to be going in bobtails. They needed some trailers for all the supplies being donated. Now, there is a People's Convoy Southeast, as they call it, on Facebook. If you want to try to connect with them. Now, they had to cancel a stop in Florence with some of the, I believe, Louisiana and Georgia drivers because of some what they called nefarious activity. They would not expound, but apparently there are people trying to stop them. Antifa was mentioned by someone in the thread there. They're asking veterans to be prepared. A guy by the name of Arthur Stones is a spokesman. I'm unable to find him on Facebook, though. Anyway, they're being very careful about what they and how they announce where they're going to be for safety for the people who want to cheer them on. I just wanted to throw that your way, just an FYI. They have asked for prayers. Sounds like they're kind of planning to go into D.C. in waves. So that was the question. Yes, I know that there's a bunch of different groups out there. Of course, you had the first guy that ended up being a bust because he was pretty much the only big truck that showed up for his convoy that was going to block the Beltway. And again, the People's Convoy realized there are other convoys that are supposed to be kind of joining them along the way. Now, these other groups, not with the initial People's Convoy, Might they have other plans? Questions that I don't have the answers to, but you can't help but wonder. And as I said, anytime people try to get together for any cause, there's always other fringe groups with protests that have nothing to do what the initial protest was set up for, but they all try to join in so they can get a little time on CNN or MSNBC for their particular cause. And yes, there undoubtedly can always be those bad characters that want to come in and create some chaos. They have ulterior motives. So got to be very careful about that. All right, thank you for the heads up there. Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, if you trust Joe, Kamala, Chuck, and Nancy, go on up there. They'll have somebody planted up there for you so they can start bringing charges against people. You'll be a domestic terrorist there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, April 22nd, you ready for it? The Cardinals and the Reds are going to play a baseball game. They'll play a triple hitter. So that'll be a pretty good one there. That'll be a good weekend there, right? And I want to thank the Reds ahead of time for letting the Cardinals win all three games. No, actually, just may the best team win.
Yeah, boy.
May the best team win. That's all I can say, right?
Knucklebuster, did they ever they've had this they've had this lockout, the lockout thing that's been going on. Have they cleared that up, or I mean, did they ever come to a resolution with that?
I don't know. That's just what they listed as the schedule was April 22nd. The Reds and the Cardinals would be playing. So they straightened all that strike mess up. I don't know. I only support the Cardinals because that's my mama's baseball team. She was born in St. Louis, and her daddy used to carry her down there when she was a kid. So, other than that, when my 93-year-old mama passes away, I probably won't care no more, right? Well, this has got to be a typo, Steve. There's a Ford GT for sale for $1.2 million. It said it'll burn the eyes out. Well, all you're going to do is see that driver returned on foot, right?
Exactly.
Pay that much money. Yep, I know that's right. Well, you know, them women down there in New Orleans, they'll show you for them cheap bead necklaces, and they'll show you for a good blast of the air horn, too, Steve. So, and hey, guess what? You had 2 first-time callers this morning, did you?
I did.
Hey, that's awesome, buddy. That's awesome. We need more first-time callers, and we need more women calling in to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show. And the way we can keep this thing rolling is to buy some Hot Shot Secret products. Stiction Eliminator, Everyday Diesel, and all you people still up there in the frozen tundra up there, y'all need to buy that anti-gel there. So anyway, don't forget when you get to the checkout box, put Overnight Drive in the box, get your 10% discount. And you first-time callers really get a good discount. Get a $60 thing and then 10% off of that, too. So that's a good deal there. And buy y'all some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, too. There's a baseball cap, T-shirt, travel mugs. And Steve and I really don't care whether you got the T-shirt on or the T-shirt off as long as it's a woman, right? See?
There you go. All
Don't
right.
answer that. You'll get in trouble. Don't answer that. You'll get in trouble. So, all right. Have a great morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. We'll keep this thing rolling one more time.
All right. So, yeah, I don't know that they're going to get the season started on schedule or not because, yeah, I know that yesterday, Monday, was supposed to have been the deadline that baseball had set for an agreement. And if it had not been met, that they were going to begin canceling games. So now we're in Tuesday, according to this report. After 15 hours of marathon talks, they did not reach an agreement yesterday, but they did agree to extend the negotiations into today, which they say that's kind of an encouraging sign. Monday, though, was the deadline imposed for a new deal to avoid canceling regular season games. But apparently they made enough progress on some of the key issues for the two sides to work past the deadline into the early hours of Tuesday. So the deadline currently, they say, has been extended to 4 o'clock Central Time this afternoon, Tuesday. The two sides are anticipating getting back together later this morning. Major League Baseball reportedly expressed a willingness to cancel a month of games in a meeting with the union Monday morning. And as a reminder of how much is still involved, the big thing that remains to be finalized is what they call the luxury tax, the biggest issue of the labor battle. Reports overnight suggested the penalties would remain similar to the previous collective bargaining agreement, opposed to some of the severe penalties that they had previously, Major League Baseball, that is, proposed in negotiations. They said MLB's luxury tax proposal starts at $220 million in 2022, increases to $230 million in 26. The threshold in 2021 was $210 million. Now, Major League Baseball previously proposed a threshold starting at $214 million, compared to the players' proposal of $245 million. Now, the two teams agreed to an expanded postseason field of 12 teams. The league had proposed a 14-team field. Monday was the 8th straight day the league and the union met in Florida for negotiations. The league implemented lockout entered its 4th month as we crossed over the midnight hours. So yeah, this has been ongoing. So there's the update. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. You want to see how fast this goes to hell in a handbasket. Morning, Minister.
Good morning, Steve-O. Congratulations on your new show.
Well, thank you so much.
Steve.
Yeah, it's about a year overdue.
Yeah, how you been, man?
I'm doing just fine.
Yeah, how's the family?
Everybody doing well. How's
the fam?
We all survived our bout with the COVID. Everybody doing just fine.
Yeah, I've had 6 family members just in the last year into this year die. My sister passed. My father died 4 months after her, and it's just been a really tough year for 21, 22. You heard from Riding Away with Dave? You keep in touch with him?
No, sir. I have not. Nope.
You have not? Okay. Well, I'll get new callers. I'm a first-time caller, so do I get my hot shot?
Do you deserve a hot shot secret code? Do you deserve one?
I'll keep a secret if you give it to me.
Yeah, a secret?
Oh yeah, I'll try it out. See what it does in my truck. What product should I get for diesel?
Well, you got a lot of miles on it, or is it more of a new truck? What you got?
I got a 2017 579. It's got about 542 on it.
You want to start off with the Stiction Eliminator on the oil side. Yeah, for your first change. Once you've run the Stiction Eliminator, you would then move in subsequent oil changes to the FR3, the friction reducer. So the Stiction Eliminator is going to clean it all out. That's on the oil side, and obviously on the fuel side, you'd put the Diesel Extreme and clean out the diesel side, or the fuel side.
Okay. Well, I'll give it a shot. So what do I need to do? What do you need to do?
Oh, I've got your number here, and I'll send your number in like I've got the other guys, the first timers this morning. They'll text you. They will text you a code to use when you check out at hotshotsecret.com.
All right. And, I still hang around with Welfare Ed. He's got a new wife, or, well, shall I say, a new girlfriend, and he still hasn't changed. That's still my redneck buddy. So, but congratulations, Steve, on your new show, and you guys be blessed out there, and we'll talk at you later. And, Steve, I'm not going to raise your blood pressure up. I sit back, listen to your show every night almost, and I'll let your blood pressure stay calm, okay?
Well, fair enough. All right. Well, keep doing what you do. I know you're still behind this. I know you're behind the scenes trying to sow strife and discontent.
Oh, yeah, every now and then. Well, let me share one. No, I'm not going to do that. But, Steve, let me ask you a question. So what do you think about, really, seriously, what do you think about the former president, saying that Putin was a genius? Do you think, as a leader of the country, that any of our presidents should ever say that a dictator or a person such as Putin and his history, do you think that was appropriate for him to say that?
Well, you said you weren't going to get my blood pressure up. Let me just ask you, how's your President Biden doing?
Well, I mean, he's doing what he's doing, but like I said, that's a bipartisan question, because if you take a look at leaders and what we expect leaders to be, but the question is, do you think that any president, I'm not just throwing salt on him, any president, do you think that would be appropriate for a president to say that a dictator or KGB, a person of his stature, is a genius?
Well, thus far, he's proven pretty much to be a genius compared to Joe Biden. He's played him like a fiddle, Minister.
Well, okay. Well, we'll leave it at that, Steve, so your blood pressure can stay normal. Congratulations on your grandson and his birthday that just passed, and you guys have a blessed day. Talk to you later on a happy note.
And when you get everything sorted out and you can let me know definitively how things are going on the southern border, how well Joe Biden's doing, and when you figure out how we're doing on the national stage, and when you tell me how things are going with your prices at the pump, how much you're saving, how much more money your business is making because we shut down the Keystone Pipeline, and just let me know how all those good things are going. Because I know Joe is going to let us know tonight. We'll find out in our first State of the Union address. Hey, can you finish things up this morning, Rambler?
Well, praise God. And yes, you have a real man of God on the phone with you. And I tell you what, I watched President Trump's CPAC speech over the weekend, and what a terrific speech he was. Didn't care for him saying the bullshit kebab word, but, you know, I got to go with our country was way better. Our truckers were way better off. A lot of people, a lot of black friends of mine, African-American friends of mine, who could not get a loan under any Democrat president, was able to get a loan and start a business under President Trump. One lady in particular has a laundromat in Chickasaw. She told me personally, this is an African-American lady, good, sweet woman. Her Barack Obama couldn't get her a loan, but President Trump made it to where she could get a loan. I know people, black men that were in prison who couldn't vote, and now they able to vote. And that was a Republican, and that was a man named Donald Trump that done that. But I don't want to get all political and stuff. I want to talk about the baseball and stuff like that. Point out that the last time the strike ended, it was the Atlanta Braves that won the World Series. And now when the strike goes on, it was the last team to win. It was the Atlanta Braves, and that's my favorite baseball team. St. Louis Cardinals is number 2. I've always been a Cardinals fan, and it took Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa doing steroids to get us out of it, because didn't no one care about baseball until them two started juicing and started knocking balls out of the park, and people cared about baseball. But Steve, I love you, brother. I know you're fixing to wrap this show up. God bless you, everyone out there. I love you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And this, look, I want you to remember what 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 7 says. God did not give us the spirit of fear. And when you see these things happening, like in Luke chapter 21, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. I love you, brother. God bless you. We'll shout at you tomorrow night.
Thank you, Rambler. Everybody have a great day out there. Yeah, we'll see you back at the midnight hour so we can talk about all the great things we learned about our country in the State of the Union address later on this evening. I can't wait. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.